And Chairman, if you read clearly Article 1036, and for the benefit, I'll read 1036 of the 1992 Constitution. A committee appointed under this article shall have the power, right, and privileges of a high court or a justice of the high court at a trial for. And then I emphasize on A and B, enforcing the attendance of a witness and examining them on oath. Affirmation or otherwise, or compelling the production of documents. Chairman, you are admitting to the fact that this has come to your attention. It's a reputational issue, and I don't see why members of this committee should continue with this vetting today because our reputation is at stake. These are some of the perception out there that when you see perception index in terms of corruption, Parliament is within the first 10. And I think that we should not continue with today's vetting, not for the fact that the nominee have done something wrong, but for the fact that the reputation of our chairman and members of the committee is at stake here. If you remember very well, in the 8th Parliament, members of the appointment committee, and if I may mention name, the Honorable Samuel Akudje Ablakwa had to resign from the appointment committee because of matters of this nature. And I think that we should not continue with the vetting today until, as you have directed, the clerk of the committee, right to Mr. Vomodo, to appear, if otherwise, to produce evidence of any allegation that he has leveled. So, Chairman, I think that we should not continue with today's vetting. It should be suspended until this matter is dealt with. We have no moral right as a committee to continue with this if we have our reputation being tainted with corruption. I thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Roxanne Nelson.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, rely entirely on your submission and adopt same as mine and add that my brother, the first deputy chief whip on the minority side, to, with all due respect, recant. We cannot, as an organ of state, allow comments, however derogatory or defamatory they may be, to affect adversely the ability of Parliament to carry out its mandate. We are engaged in a very important exercise of state. And in the triumvirate of approval process, nomination, prior parliamentary approval, before formal appointment, if we allow comments to, as it were, compel Parliament to not perform its role in the 3 steps leading to formal appointment, the executive will be dysfunctional. The executive will be rendered incapacitated to perform its function. Because you see, we do not know how long these boycotts, so to speak, may last. So it may not be the remediable step to take. What the chairman has done is the appropriate thing under law. So we must abide how that process will be given effect to tomorrow. It's not next year, it's not next month, it's not next week, it's tomorrow. So I pray you that pursuant to Order 39, Sub-Rule 1 of our standing orders, Chairman, with your leave, if I may read, it's to the effect that a stranger who is guilty of contempt of parliament or in breach of parliamentary privilege is liable to a fine not exceeding 250 penalty units or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 1 year or to both. So there are penal regimes that are already laid down clearly for a conduct that is contumacious of the powers of parliament, if it is so established. So I pray you, my brother the whip, let's by all means do what we are appointed to do today. And when we are done, we'll see whether the clerk has also carried out its functions as expressly directed by the chairman of the committee, so we can make progress. These matters, like you alluded to, and the chairman forcefully put it out. Every election cycle, members of this committee, and this committee, the membership is not standing. You see different faces every election cycle. So it's not as if there are permanent members who are accused of these things. It is as if the committee, when the season comes, they must willy-nilly be accused of such a thing. So we being new members, the chairman is a new chairman. He won't allow the committee to continue to be tainted in this manner, and we give him our full support. So my brother Alhaji Habib, let's do some work for today. I thank you for the opportunity, Chairman.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you very much. I think it's important we place on record that the concerns we are raising do not have anything to do with the nominee. We in the minority compromised based on engagement we had with the chairman that the matter should be deferred to today. So it was most coincidental that we are raising it, and it's coinciding with your coming. So it's important we don't get the wrong impression. Again, it is also not because you are not a member of parliament. People will make the argument that one of their own, the vetted MPs who have been nominated, why him? It is also, that reason can't also be cited. Mr. Chair, it's important we also put on record that the activation of Order 3 was at our instance, where names of nominees will not have to be read on the floor. I recall vividly it was the respective minority leader who activated that, and we got your support, your side to support. So in principle, we in the minority are for the vetting. And the evidence abound. In fact, the formation of the 3 critical committees, i.e. the appointment committee, the selection committee, the business committee, being teased out of the lot for a motion to be moved on the floor for these committees to be formed. It was at our instance as a minority. Let's get it clear. So we are not obstructionists. The intent is not to obstruct government business. These wild allegations are becoming one too many in our country. One is lowering our reputation as an arm of government and an institution of state. All we have as members of parliament is our reputation. That is all we have. When we cannot pretend, sitting behind this table and pretend that we have nothing more than that. It's all about our reputation. And I value my reputation. We in the minority, we value our reputation so well. The majority also value their reputation. So, Chair, we heard your directives well. I think it makes sense. But we disagree. We strongly disagree with you. Today, we cannot vet. The body has been impugned. Our reputation has been battered. Until we purge ourselves. We have no business to vet any nominee. And let's also send the word out there to the executive. We have been most magnanimous to the executive. If in days that we were not supposed to vet, in fact, yesterday we were not supposed to vet. Was it Monday? Monday we were not supposed to vet. Friday we were not supposed to vet. We did all that to hasten the process and to facilitate vetting. So, Mr. Chair, consider your position again. Your directives make sense, but we in the minority cannot comply. Today we can't vet. And it's not personal. Honorable, it's not personal. Honorable nominee is not personal. We cannot vet. We value our reputation. We will not allow our reputation to be battered further. So, in a nutshell, until this matter is resolved and we are purged, we in the minority will not vet. We will not. And let's send this signal out there. If the majority do not value their reputation, we value our reputation. Today, we are not vetting. Chairman, I look into your eyes with the greatest of respect. We will not vet. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I have listened to both sides of the House. Okay, so I will recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've served on this committee for more than 2 terms. And I must say that I'm highly affected by the accusations and the perception out there that we have been found to be taking monies from nominees before approving their nomination. And I think I must say that I'm seriously hurt by this continuous occurrence of such accusations. And as a group, the minority, I feel that in order to protest and purge ourselves of this accusation, it is very important that we call over the vetting now. Because for the simple reason that members of this committee for this particular term are not just any group of people. Most of us are the leadership of the party, of the parliament, and it is very important that we pledge ourselves of that accusation before we can continue with the vetting. This is my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Haji Aladi.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think we've deliberated for quite a long time. I have listened again to our brothers and sisters on the other side. I appreciate all that you have said. And we agree with you that our reputation is at stake. No two ways about that. Because all we are talking about is out there. But like I earlier on suggested, today, the vetting today is what I have continuously pleaded with you, that let us continue, let's put a human face to it, because one, we have not communicated to those who are here today. But here we are saying that we have no issues with them. Two, they are here already. Three, for some of us, it is today and now that we have been involved in the discussion. We might have heard all that, those things on social media. But once we are working as a team and we are discussing as one people, because being members of the same committee, we are each other's keeper. I will continue to plead that you kindly treat whatever is on the table with some human face, so that at the end of the day, those who are here will not see us as extending another person's pain onto them. You have, though out of not using the mic, asked whether I have taken money. Money cannot be everything. Money cannot be everything. I think our reputation is highest. If it were for money, some of us maybe would not be here. So please, Mr. Chairman, I think I just want to add my voice and to also tell the general public, no matter where you find yourself, excuse my language, even if you were just sitting in the market, please, certain utterances do not help us. It doesn't help us in any way. So let us be very careful and conscious of the things that we say, which will come back, bite us, and would now be running around and pleading. So the minority side, I wish to still urge and plead that you should forgive and forget, and let us continue. I am saying you should forgive and forget, and I've seen you saying, hey, forgive, yes. If you think that we are not going the same way you want, you forgive us, because this is how we also look at it. Thank you very much, Chairman.
But your side have spoken. But you are not the chair. Chairman, you see, it's not like we are not forgiving.
Honorable Anodonpre, I think
you have not recognized me.
A bite on this issue.
Yeah, but I just wanted to, as a follow-up, it's a follow-up to my good friend. You see, it's not like we don't want to forgive. We care, but I also want to ask you a question. The first allegation was directed at your side, majority side, and then the chair was robbed in. Is it the case that you don't care about your reputation? But don't forget, this is an institution. Parliament. Parliament has been impugned. We don't even have a basis to sit here. You are told you are corrupt. You've been taking money from nominees before you sit, before you approve. And then, shamelessly, you still come and sit. Oh, yes. I'm speaking in context. You still come and sit.
Honorable member, please withdraw the word shamelessly and proceed.
Well,
withdraw. Please withdraw.
I said in a certain context, but if it's the case that is offensive, withdrawn. You have been accused. You have been discussed in the media as taking bribe, and you don't find it offensive. And you say that we should forgive. We won't get to the bottom of it. We should still come and sit here and behave as the ostrich. Nothing is happening, and we go ahead. We in the minority side will not support you to do this. We won't inflict further pains on Parliament. We have suffered too much. It's not okay. It's not. Chief Whip, it's not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. So what we are saying is very simple. Mr. Speaker, suspend sitting, suspend vetting. The nominee knows it's not about him. We are not being personal. Your visitors, we apologize to you. Go back and come back another time when the committee so decide. If it were you, you will react in the same vein. I am very pained. Since Monday, since Saturday, the weekend, and I got calls, my children sent me the allegation. Daddy, are you taking bribe before you do your civic duties? My constituents send me messages. Are you guys taking bribe before doing your civic duties? Chairman, we beg you in the name of God. Let us come together and fight as a bloc. Let us fight this allegation as a unit. For once, let's put our partisan positions aside and deal with this young man for him to know that indeed there are parliamentarians who discharge their civic responsibility, our patriotic responsibilities, without necessarily taking money from people. This cannot be entertained. I mean, we can't vet today. We can't vet today. We can't vet today. And let it be said that the minority are against it. We can't vet today. That is my position. And if you don't care about your reputation, we care about our reputation. Because they've put together all of us. And they said that the institution parliament. And this is the first deputy speaker. A man who has discharged his legislative function with a lot of respect. We have never heard anything untoward about your reputation and about your persona. We cannot sit and allow people to run you down. You are the Speaker of Parliament. This is an affront on the institution called Parliament. It's an affront on all of us, and we are not going to sit down. There should be no vetting. There will not be any vetting today. There will be no vetting today. No, there will be no vetting. We're saying it. I'm repeating it. There will be no vetting. And let me say it again. Maybe just to rehash. Honorable Boamah, it's not about you. And you know we have a relationship. I will not do this to
Honorable,
you. It's not about you. Mr. Chair,
Honorable, please don't be repetitive.
I will not be repetitive. And also, his supporters who came with him. It's not about you. It's a principal position that we expect everybody here to appreciate. We can't allow this to go on. Mr. Chair, on this occasion, I invite you to suspend sitting.
Honorable Honorable Habib, you had the floor, so please take it easy. Please take it easy. Please, point of information on what the whip has said. Is it point of information on what the whip has said? So please. Honorable Chief Whip, minority, I agree with you, except suspension of sitting. And these are my reasons. I want to place it on the floor that myself and the majority side, we care about our reputation. We very much care about our reputation. We are a country of over 33 million. If you allow a derogatory statement from one person to bring the country to a halt, then I do not think service to our mother country. In the spirit of serving our mother country, I plead and urge upon the minority members to let us do the vetting today. My second reason is to the effect that if you suspend vetting today, the impact will not be on the person who made the derogatory statement, but the impact will be on the nominees we have programmed today to vet. So in effect, we would have been punishing them for a crime that they are not responsible, for a statement that they are not responsible. We have fixed tomorrow to deal with the maker of the statement. So therefore, I will want to touch the soft part of your heart to let vetting for today as the clerk carried out the order of the committee to invite the maker of the statement to appear before us. Then we can deal effectively with the maker of the statement. So I sincerely plead with you to proceed to do the vetting.
We want to help you to navigate, and in this house, leadership has an inherent responsibility to help you navigate. And I see, with respect to you, you are struggling to convince us. You said you appeal to our soft heart. Indeed, we have heard you. We've heard you, you've spoken, but we are also in pain We are in pain, deep pain, because, and we are also concerned about Parliament as an institution. Deciding to not to vet today will not be injurious. We are less. Establish that point. It will not be injurious. We are not saying we will not vet the nominees, but we are saying today we will hear you when you say we have invited the nominees, we have given them prior notification they should be here. Fine. We are all Ghanaians. They also care about the reputation. Honorable Boamah, he cares about the reputation of Parliament. He cares. And this is a very respected institution you are appearing before, Parliament. And you are being told that the very institution, you are going to be Minister for Defense. You go out there to other jurisdictions and they say that the very institution that vetted you is corrupt. How are you going to feel? How are you going to feel? Mr. Chair, I appeal to you. We have staged a number of compromises already. Check Order 3, I think for the first time, and kudos to the minority. The names came, we assume that they have been referred. We've done all this. Yes. So on this occasion, I'm sorry. I
from performing its functions because some persons have made some allegations. 3, Mr. Chairman, a procedure has been provided under law for which we have a remedy to deal with this matter. That procedure, Chairman, has been properly invoked. So this further submission that until we resolve the matter in pursuance of that procedure, we cannot continue to work as an organ of state. With all due respect, it's untenable. Chairman 4, government business. And as the majority chief whip, who is the avant-garde of government business, I think that government business cannot be incapacitated this way. Otherwise, tomorrow, there will be an orchestrated people who will be sending defamatory comments about Parliament, because they know that Parliament will react like an ale to heat. That once a defamatory comment is made, Parliament will recoil from performing its functions under the Constitution. So I've been pleading that, Chairman, we have heard all the arguments at conclave. So let us proceed to work, to do some work today. Honorable Anodompre. Yes, my reputation has been questioned, but there's a procedure provided, properly invoked under law for that to be dealt with. So I cannot, no, a suspicion does not render me impure. Yes, but that forum is for tomorrow. So, Chairman, it appears that as for the committee, we must do some work appointed to us under the Constitution today. I pray you, let's make progress. Chairman,
I recognize Honorable
Order
Patrick
284,
please.
let's make progress.
Please, we haven't gotten to Order 284. I am the chairman. If you get to Order 284, I'll announce it and call the clerk to take over the proceedings. But we are at a stage still building consensus.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I believe the minority has made a position known on this very disappointing allegation by Boamah. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the integrity of colleagues are on the line. Parliament's own image is on the line. Your own image as a practitioner for over 25 years or 23 years is on the line. Mine, 16 years, is on the line. Roxton, my classmate, Afenyo Make, my classmates. We are all hurt by this very, very unfortunate incident, Mr. Chairman. We believe that we don't have to get to the situation of invoking Order 284 to take a decision. We know you are in the majority. A decision will be taken, and what next? You win the vote, and you need our side on the committee again from tomorrow. I don't believe that is what you want to achieve as chairman. So far, we've produced consensus reports on, I think, all the nominees. And our side has been very cooperative from the time we suspended the rules under Order 3 to date. We've come, we've asked all the questions, we've generated our reports. Nominees have been approved, some have taken their seats as ministers. So I believe that at this point, where we are having this disagreement, after about 2 hours of wait by the nominees, we need to, Chairman, I'll wind up soon, Chairman. We need to suspend sitting, take a break, and go and confer and come and take your decision finally. Thank you.
Chairman, sorry. Chairman, can I put it on?
Honourable members, I want to hear from the ranking member.
But Chairman, let me say something before the ranking member come in. Chairman.
Honourable Habib,
Chairman,
I have
with
given
respect.
you the floor. I cannot give the floor
It is a notorious fact that Mr. Vemawo is a member of the NDC tradition. And this is coming from him against the NDC members on this committee, with its vicarious effect on the entire members of this committee. So raising, yes. What it means is that you have done something, as he claims, but we share in that liability with you as the minority caucus. It is in that spirit that we say that let this matter be properly resolved for all of us to have a way forward. Issue 2. That I anchor on the submission by my respected classmates, Roxanne Adjei Kenneth. He argues that in the circumstance, Order 284 should be triggered. There is a matter of reputational effect. And you are saying that, well, the NDC side of this committee doesn't care. So there should be a vote so that the majority will carry the day. May I remind my respected colleague that the enterprise we are in is a perception-driven enterprise. And it's not about you proceeding. Now, maybe you've not thought about it, but just for the sake of argument, and at the risk of sounding a bit unfair to you, have you thought of the situation where you insist on a vote, you win, and you say you are proceeding? So perhaps if we want to boycott, we should boycott, because after all, it is you who is most affected and you don't really care? Are you then lending some weight to what the man said? Or it's about running with your tail in between your thighs that, hey, you don't want to, touch him? Or because you think that he is of your tradition, so you don't want to? No. The thing has gone beyond NDC. And as Mr. Kennedy Gilbert once said, this is about systems and policies. This is not NDC or MPP. This is the institution of parliament. Third issue. Chairman, you have directed the clerk to the committee to invite I wouldn't want to say contemnor, but the person who is making this allegation. He put it on social media, and media houses, traditional media houses, are discussing this matter and all. You have directed that he be invited here so that tomorrow we suspend the sitting for tomorrow and at least proceed to do today's sitting. But may I remind you, Mr. Chair, that yesterday this matter was brought to your attention as the head of this committee, and to the best of my knowledge, the understanding was that this matter will be dealt with. It appears that we are not adding them on this aspect of, in view of the matter still remaining unresolved, whether or not to proceed or not to proceed. Chair, in all humility, let me pray that you suspend sitting for us to go into conclave, to further deliberate and abide by whatever we'll be able to conclude, so that we proceed. And without overstretching the argument, we have, by consensus, passed all your nominees except one, Honorable Emmanuel Kwadwo, which we are yet to take a decision on. But all others, yesterday's vetting, all others, we don't have a problem. Sometimes our own side feel, you see the social media, they think that, oh, why is a minority side being all, cooperative? But we know that in governance, you don't oppose for opposing sake. You must find reason. So we are ready to take responsibility just for the sake of our democracy. So that side, we don't have a problem. Where we have to say no, we'll say no. Where we believe that this one, we've been in government before, so we know that the wheels of government must be in motion, and we must have cause to say no or yes. So, Chairman, if you would agree with me, I conclude by saying that let us take a short break and then come back to know with direction. To overrule and say that you are the chair and that we should proceed would not be most appropriate, in my humble view. I don't want to borrow the words of Honorable. I don't want to borrow the words of Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, who, when I was in majority and I was the leader of the House, he once said that, leader, if you want to proceed to lay your paper, there will be chaos in the House. I don't want to borrow his words. Honorable Governors Kwame Agboja openly said on the floor that merely laying a paper, which will not even amount to a vote, would lead to chaos. I'm not of that school of thought. So please, you oblige us. Let's have a break and then discuss, and then we can come back.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. In fact, I have heard a lot saying and creating the impression as if we, the majority members, do not care about reputation, our reputation. I am placing it on record that we very much cared about our reputation. Let me also place it on record that we are just from conclave. Issues are settled on conclave. It is clear from the narration that the minority have made their mind that they don't want to take part in the vetting. It is about 1 o'clock, and we program to start vetting at 10 o'clock. So let their language be clear that they do not want to take part in the vetting. I don't believe in a situation where at conclave we take certain decisions, come before the public, and then decide to do otherwise. Now, he mentioned yesterday, he was not in the country yesterday. And it is true, the minority whip wants to raise this particular issue yesterday. And I said, as a committee, let us deliberate on the issue first. I do not think I am wrong requesting that. Let's deliberate on the issue first, because I believed in consensus. You walk to a meeting and say, this is what I want to raise. So if I said, let's deliberate on the issue first, it doesn't mean I am preventing you from deliberating on the issue. There was nothing that yesterday vetting should not occur because somebody in the public tries to damage the reputation of the chairman of the vetting committee and in effect members of the committee. Honourable members, let me also place on record that my little knowledge about criminal law tells me that there is no vicarious liability when it comes to a crime. This is a time-tested principle. Honourable members, the fact that police are always accused every day of corruption does not mean policing should not happen in this country. That is why I am pleading that we all care about our reputation. But there is a procedure available to deal with the person who makes the statement. So tomorrow we'll deal with the maker of the statement. So the maker of the statement, for God's sake, is not before us. So how can we be doing this? So once again, I plead with my colleagues that let's proceed and do the vetting, and tomorrow we will appropriately deal with the maker of the statement so that he should bring the evidence that I have demanded money from any nominee of His Excellency, the President. So I plead with you.
Yes. Speaker, we've heard you loud and clear, and you also lamented on a number of issues. We want to respectfully suggest you, and for the conclave, you can have as many conclave as you should, if need arises. So we have to take a look at that again.
Well, we'll rise for just 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Did you suspend for 2 minutes or rise for 2 minutes?
2 minutes will not be enough.
Wow, what a day it has been. No, at this point, we're not even sure how it's going to play out at the end of the day. Leadership has gone into conclave once, and now they are suspending for whatever time, we're not too sure. I was of the view that once they had gone into conclave, a decision would have been taken over this matter. And so once they come back into the public space or for the public hearing, then the communication will be clear, and there should have been, it should have been a unanimous decision, right? Because I don't think for a matter that is against the committee, they should split heads about it. The matter in question is that the committee has taken, is pained that an allegation has been brought against it regarding bribery over its work in vetting and approving nominees of the president for various ministerial positions. And the committee, the chair did announce that the clerk should summon the one that made the allegation to appear before the committee. However, the minority doesn't seem to agree.
For them, they feel that this is an attack on their integrity, is an attack on them as members of parliament, and an attack on the institution of parliament, because they say that if the appointment committee is attacked, it's the parliament in general that you are attacking. And so these are serious allegations, and the more reason why the gentleman who made the allegation is supposed to appear before the committee with evidence and explain. But a lot of people may ask that what are these, or what is this particular allegation that this gentleman or whoever it is reported to have made. So now, with your permission, I'll just read what Osajifo Oliver Baka Vomo wrote on his Facebook wall. It says
Okay,
that.
so this was a Facebook.
So it was
comment.
a Facebook post, which other traditional media houses have also picked it up. It says that, and I quote, "So all the monies the ministerial appointees are being asked to pay to the appointments committee just to get approved are those ones not affected by oral strange republic," unquote. So this was what he pasted on his Facebook wall, which other committee or committee members saw, and the more reason why they are demanding that he appears before the committee tomorrow to back these allegations with evidence if he has any against the committee members. And for you remember that this is not the first time the appointment committee has had allegations of bribery, against it. We've seen that in time past, resulting in some of the committee members resigning from the committee. And so if these allegations are made, it is just right and proper that the committee institute thorough investigations into it. Remember the cash for seats allegations as well, also coming up, and the rest. So there are quite a number of allegations that have emanated from the house, from Parliament House, and I feel Parliament must, institute investigation into this matter. So that is what they are splitting heads over. I believe that when they went into conclave, there was no agreement in there. The more reason why we are seeing the disagreement in the full glow of the public. So if there was a clear agreement among the chair and other committee members when they suspended sitting, the first sitting, you would expect that when they come back, there should be clear communication and a clear line everybody was towing or was expected to tow. But looks like that didn't happen. There was some disagreement in there, and they came out, and we could see the clear display of disagreements on the floor for everybody to see. Whilst the minority is of the opinion that today's sitting should be suspended, the members on the majority side, including the chairman, think otherwise. And I agree with both parties. I agree with both parties in the sense that, fine, those in the majority feels that they are racing against time. They need to vet these nominees. They've come there with their supporters, their people and the rest. So making them sit all these, so already sitting was supposed to start at 9 a.m. And then it was delayed for like 2 or 3 hours. And then a committee comes to sit, and this matter is raised, and asking them to go back and come again another time, the cost involved and the frustration, setting in on the faces of those who are supposed to come and provide moral support for these nominees. Secondly, on the side of the majority, they feel that their integrity and credibility have been attacked. And so as a sign of protest, let's suspend sitting for today and deal with this matter very well, and then we can come back or fix another date, and then we can vet these nominees. So when you look at it very critically, the two sides are all right. The two sides are all right. But as to whether they will reach an agreement and toe a particular line, it is what we are expecting them to see.
Very well, Sami. Hold on for me. Let me go back to the appointments committee. My colleague Charles Owusu-Kumi is standing by with some members or friends of the committee to bring some more perspective to this developing issue. Charles, please take over.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Nana. The Honourable Ayuafri, the MP for Afjasi Ascori, is here. You witnessed what just happened here. Your members of the minority caucus, they don't want this vetting to continue. The others on the majority side, they insist that it continues because the chairman gave the example of police officers accused of bribery and still they go ahead and do their job. Why should Parliament grind to a halt because an allegation has been made on social media?
Yes. First of all, the guy's allegation, the gentleman's allegation is absolutely reckless, you understand? And if he's a lawyer, he should come out in public knowing that he has some sort of evidence. The kind of personality he is as a lawyer, that is why they've taken, that's giving that sort of gravitas to the issues at stake. Because if you're a lawyer and you come and allege, definitely you are willing to prove. That's why they asked him to come. If it was any other person, probably they would just gloss over it. And there are times in Parliament that you attack the reputation of parliamentarians, they gloss over it. But they have weighted the individual involved. And that is why it's giving that sort of strength and force that they want to bring him here. And For me, the position of minority is just what it is. The police can be perceived to be corrupt and they are not, and they are still working. And these are issues that they feel strong about it because it's been happening. There's been a lot of precedents and it's like no action has been taken. At this point in time, they put all together and they said on the face of it, we're going to take an action. Let's see what they will bring out of the conclave. Yes.
But this gentleman has been invited tomorrow. Why don't they just go ahead? The Honorable Omane Boamah is here with his supporters.
The glass is either half full or half empty. So you see it half empty, somebody see it half full. That's your opinion versus our opinion. So let's see what happens after the conclave.
Thank you very much. The Member of Parliament for Adjei Kenneth, are you free there sharing his thoughts on what's just transpired here? Members of the committee are currently engaging. They are in conclave at the moment to take a decision on the way forward. The minority members on the appointments committee do not want to go ahead with today's vetting exercise because Oliver Baka Vomawo, an activist, has made some allegations on social media that members of the majority on the appointments committee are taking bribes from nominees before vetting them, including the chairman himself. However, those on the majority side say they want to go ahead with the vetting, and then this gentleman, Oliver Baka Boamah, he's been invited to appear before the committee. He's been invited to the committee tomorrow. The Honorable Omane Boamah himself is here. I know you're here. I know you're here for vetting, but it's been a few hours. No, I just want to engage him. Not on what's happened here. It's unfair. It's unfair on you. All right. Thank you very much. The Honorable MP for Sujaman is also here. Honorable MP Agyekum. Well, he is not speaking, but you are talking to us. How are you, sir?
I'm well. How are you?
It's good to see you.
Good.
What has just transpired here? Your members on the majority caucus do not want to go ahead.
No, it's the minority that
they don't want to. You want to go ahead with it, but don't you think that the minority have a point? The reputation of Parliament has been impugned. They want to clear that up before they go on with the vetting.
Yes, it was an unfortunate statement made by Vomawo. I agree that they may invite him to substantiate, but how do you hold everything constant until that is done? I mean, I don't think that the process should be halted because somebody has impugned ill motive or has impugned the integrity of the members. There have been allegations upon allegations. That should not stop governance from progressing. So you are going to invite the person. What if the person is not in the country? Would you wait till he returns and appears before we continue with the process? What if the person is indisposed? Would you wait till he gets better? So let us go ahead. You have registered, we have registered our displeasure. It's an unfortunate statement. Whatever should be done to deal with it should continue, but the process should not be terminated.
Are you bothered that as a member of Parliament, these allegations keep coming up? Not just about the appointments committee. Even other committees of Parliament, there's been allegations of people taking bribes. Are you bothered as a member of Parliament?
Yes, I am. It is unfortunate, and we need to investigate it. If he has any proof to that, he should bring it, and then whoever took bribe must be sanctioned. I think that it will be a fair thing to do, but at the end of the day, the process must continue.
Thank you very much. That was the Member of Parliament for Sujaman, Honorable Dako Ampim. Still here, support of the Honorable Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, who is here who is here for his vetting as Minister for Defense. The Honorable Marietta Brew is also here. Hello, ma. Legal advisor to the President. How are you, ma?
I'm fine, thank you.
The Honorable Omane Boamah, I imagine, is the reason you're here. He is going into the Ministry of Defense if he is approved by Parliament. What kind of man, having worked with him, do you think he is, and what expertise would he be bringing to that ministry?
Well, yes, I've worked with Dr. Omane and I'm here because of him. He's a very good friend. And in terms of competence, he's one of the most capable and competent persons I've ever worked with. So the firm believe that he brings a lot of experience, excellence and competence to this particular portfolio.
As a lawyer, what Vomawa has said, how does it come to you, these allegations of members of the Appointments Committee taking bribes? How does it come to you having heard these allegations?
Well, you heard the chairman that the allegations are completely untrue. And if they are untrue, they border on reputational issues. And the chairman is taking it on. He's supposed to come here tomorrow and substantiate whatever it is he said. I mean, I'm now reading and hearing it for the first time. But they are very, very serious allegations, and that's why they've invited him here tomorrow.
And if these allegations are as serious as you say, is it not right for the members of the minority to want to clear all these things up before they continue with the vetting?
I disagree with that. The vetting must go on. It has nothing to do with the vetting of the candidate who is here. I mean, if we are waiting to deal with these allegations before continuing with the business, that means government business must halt. I mean, we're in a hurry to work. The vetting must go on.
Okay. Thank you very much. Legal advisor to the President, the Honorable Marietta Brew. Hey, I also see a former Greater Accra Regional Chairman of the NDC here, Chairman Ade.
My friend, he's
hello.
the PS National Chairman too.
Hello, sir. You're looking well. Good to see you. What do you make of what has just happened here?
I mean, it's a waste of time. Seriously, it's a waste of time. If everybody is going to rely on what is said on social media, will not be. So when somebody makes a statement that Afenyo Markin is chasing somebody's wife, are you going to drag the person to Parliament House? Or the members of the minority are chasing people's wives?
But if someone alleges that members of the Parliament's Appointments Committee are taking bribes, don't you think?
Now they've invited the gentleman to come, so deal with him. That's all. Deal with the person. Privilege committees are there. Send him the privilege committee, and then, but the process must go on. Simplicity. The process must go on. There's privilege committee. Take him to the privilege committee, and let's move on. So I don't understand what they are doing. I mean, we've been here for 2 hours on this frivolous accusation. I call it frivolous. It's a frivolous accusation. There are a lot of allegations flying on.
Are you saying they should ignore it?
It's frivolous. He rightly said that 4 years ago, a similar situation happened. Every year, every vetting year, this kind of allegations goes on. This is not the first time. 2021, 2028, 2020, whatever, every year, these allegations fly around. So what they're talking about, it's not something new that they should make a fetish out of this. It's just frivolous, honestly. It's frivolous.
Thank you. Asake, you're of the PNC. I even saw your flag bearer here.
Yes.
What's the PNC's business at an NDC vetting?
Oh, you know, I'm the national chairman for my party. My leader is here. My leader happened to be Omane Boamah schoolmate. They were year mates in the Kivas. And even they contested student leadership together. But if you look at the political era, you realize that in 2024 elections, the PNC, we have declared for the NDC and the NDC presidential candidate at the time, who is now elected, had overwhelming victory by Ghanaians endorsing him as the President of the Republic of Ghana. And if you also come back to me, you remember that I was in IPAC, okay? In all the IPAC meetings, Omane Boamah was leading his party team with Dr. Tanko and Yaira Kuku, right? Yaira Kuku, and they were at IPAC representing. I was also leading my party, and we fought. These guys were very fantastic guys, so far as IPAC meeting was concerned, and we really fought the EC to make sure that we had a very credible election in this country. So, if today someone that you are sharing the same platform with has been nominated for minister designate and is to be vetted, it is imprudent for me as another chairman to come here and support. Of course, already everyone Ghanaian knows that PNC had made our decision that we wanted NDC to be in government, and they had in government. Right. And so my friend is here today. I have to come.
You're here to support him. You're here to support him.
No, but I'm saddened that the lawyer Boamah is a lawyer. Everybody knows is an activist, and such an activist to come and throw this dust into the Ghanaian public. And it is not only within local content now, it is now internationally worldwide. I think I agree with the chairman, committee chairman, to summary him that he should come and then prove his allegation, or otherwise they will revoke certain things in Parliament. This is the time Parliament will have to stamp its foot. But of course, why he has made this declaration in public, I think there's no need for us to say we should postpone the vetting. I think the minister has been here, he has been suffered for several hours, he has been sitting here, and so that alone could give that they should be able to understand the plea by the chairman. But I'm happy that the minority leader is saying that they should retire to their chamber, discuss and come back. I am hoping and pray that this thing they will treat it tomorrow, they will deal with it as it's supposed to be, but the vetting should continue today.
Thank you very much. Before him, you heard the former Greater Accra Regional Chairman of the NDC, Adjei Kenneth, and then you just heard the Chairman of PNC, Adjei Kenneth Gilbert. We're still trying to engage a few more people who are here to support the Honorable Dr. Omane Boamah. Kafui Danku. Hello, Kafui. Actress Kafui Danku is here. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
What's the relationship with Dr. Boamah?
He's my friend and mentor. He's my friend and mentor.
What just happened here? What are your thoughts?
I'm now learning about the unfortunate utterance, and I saw a post saying he will avail himself, so I think that should be enough for things to proceed.
Oh, so you think the vetting should go ahead?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much. You've been a staunch supporter of the NDC this campaign season. What's in it for you?
I mean, I love my country. I just want to see things go in the way that will benefit all of us.
If the president invites you to work in his government, would you?
Why not? I would love to serve my country with all my heart.
Thank you very much. Kafui Danku is an actress. Hello, sir. Deputy Director of Elections and IT of the NDC, Dr. Tanko Computer. We're live on Channel 1 TV, sir. Your boss is seated there. He was supposed to have been vetted about 2 hours ago. That has not happened yet. The reasons for which he's not been vetted, what do you make of these reasons?
Well, we are not surprised. We have prepared ourselves. He's well prepared for the vetting. We knew of this when we're coming. Don't forget, he led the charge for the party to get this massive victory of 57 plus, and then over 183 members of parliament. So what do you expect? A person like that who led the charge, of course the micro minority will want to flex themselves.
Hold on. Are you saying that what the minority is doing is deliberate because of the role Dr. Omane Boamah played in the elections for the NDC?
Of course, clearly. Nobody needs to tell you it's deliberate. This is not the first time matters of this nature came to fore. This is not the first time. It happened severally, even their own self. Their leaders accused a businessman who brought huge sums of money. You remember those days? And it was all over the place. This is not the first time. They are accusing them of doing all these things. And then they've made copious references to that. And I'm saying that here in his case, it's just because he led the charge. He's the one who led the onslaught to dismantle them and brought them to where they are. You think they're happy with that? They're happy sitting where they are seated? They are not happy. The one who led, what do you expect? They would definitely want to just even prevent his vetting.
But they have approved almost all the nominees except for the Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources. At least that's what Mr. Fenno just told us. So, I mean, they've been helpful. They've been cooperating with the committee.
I'm saying that this gentleman led the charge. He is a director of election of the NDC. He led the charge. In fact, he led us with all the strategy, the demolition strategy that gave us the overwhelming majority in Parliament and over 57%, unprecedented, where an opposition party will come 8 years to demolish a ruling government like that, which has everything that you can think of. Okay, what do you expect? They want to flex. They want to do everything to frustrate his vetting. That is just their point. Otherwise, they have no basis for whatever they are doing over there.
If someone accuses members of parliament of taking bribes to vet the nominees of the government, ministerial nominees of the government, don't you think that's enough basis for the parliamentarians themselves to stand up for themselves?
They stood up. The leader, the chairman of the committee stood up. Vehemently, you could see it. He was angry when he was even given the orders. He stood up. He said, tomorrow, the gentleman must be hauled here to answer questions. So from now up to tomorrow, what are they going to be doing? Why do you punish the nominee for not being part of it? Or is the nominee part of those being accused of giving money to them? This is his first time. He's just coming. Even this morning they wanted to do it. He followed his time. He gave him 11. And so we're seated waiting for the time. Why are they going to punish him for crime that he did not commit? I am saying that the basis for what they are doing is just that he led the charge. He's the one, the chief body camera activator, the eagle eye man. So they want to flex their muscle. I mean, they just want to flex and say, okay, we want to deal this man because he causes our defeat. He's the one who led all this charge and we are where we are now. That is what they are doing. But at the end of the day, I know he's going to be vetted and approved.
What do you expect after when they return from their meeting?
Smooth vetting and approval. And I know he's going to show the skills.
Has the president called you yet?
I trust his judgment. I trust the judgment of his secretary.
Are you expecting the president's call?
Our duty was to get MPP out, and we did just that. Now it's not with the
president asked you to serve, would you?
I'm ready to serve in any capacity to help reset the country, and we are in the course of resetting. So I'm ready, and he knows it. That our duty was to get the MPP out. We deliver it. Now the mandate is with the president. We trust his judgment. The party trust and support whatever decision he takes. We'll go by it.
Some of your party supporters don't. He's made nominations to GRA, for example. Yesterday, there were some party members there. Anthony Sapong's appointment, they don't like it.
Well, we are getting there. We are explaining to them. I mean, they need time to understand it, and we'll get it there. We're explaining to the youth.
All right. Thank you very much. So, Nana, looks like the chairman is seated now. Members of the majority, I've seen the MP for Bimbila, Dominic Nitiwo, also just joining the table now. The members of the minority already seated. The chairman is here. We're waiting for the others to join in, and then we'll hear the decision that has come out of that meeting. They went into a few minutes ago. The story from here is that the appointments committee suspended sitting for a few minutes to take a decision on the way forward, because the members on the majority side refused to continue with the vetting of the Defense Minister designate, the Honorable Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, because of some comments made by activist Oliver Bakavomo to the effect that members of the committee are taking bribes before vetting the nominees. Hello, Shamima. This is Channel 1 TV, your very own City FM Channel 1 TV. Good to see you again. First of all, what do you make of the vetting?
Well, there's not been any vetting, has there? We've been here for hours and we're hoping that it would have been done. There are 5 nominees who were to have their turn today, but unfortunately cooperation hasn't been successful. So they've just walked back from their second conclave. Let's pray that this time there's some compromise, but I should think that even without the minority side, I hope that they will rescind their decision not to participate. I think that the vetting should go on because government business requires urgent attention, and to the extent that the issue they have raised, which is very important, I will not discount it. Reputational issues are serious matters, and of course the lawmakers have the right to protect their reputation. But they are also lawyers, and they know that due process takes a while and takes time, and they must also embrace due process even as they take steps to protect their reputation. And so I think they should proceed with the vetting, and we would hear what the chairman's position on the matter is pretty shortly.
Do you think that the process should continue even if the minority side decides to boycott this?
This is my personal opinion. Yes, I think so.
Won't that have any effect on the appointments of Dr. Boamah? Because members of the minority group refuse to be part of his vetting. Won't that affect his legitimacy in any way?
The records will show that it had nothing to do with the competence of the candidate. The records will show that it wasn't because of anything the candidate did. That decision was a collateral damage, and he happened to be in the seat at the time that this unfortunate matter reared its head. It would not be a dent at all on his image because it isn't because of him that this matter has happened.
Before I let you go, what do you make of what Boamah posted on his social media? I mean, these allegations keep popping up every now and then. Even other committees of parliament have suffered same. What do you make of the fact that people keep impugning the reputation of parliament with these allegations?
It's not only parliament that has perception issues. The judiciary has suffered same. The security agency, the Ghana Police Service has suffered, similar. I mean, various institutions have public perceptions, against them. Independent, study institutions like Afrobarometer comes out with its findings. In fact, in the last Afrobarometer report, these perception issues found expression in how citizens interface and deal with them. I think the solution is for these institutions to work hard to rid themselves of those, negative perceptions, and it requires work. It is also not to suggest that there are no issues at all, because the public interfaces these institutions, broadly speaking, and there will always be bad nuts in every institution. So it's always for the few good ones or the many good ones to work hard towards protecting these institutions, so the institutions are able to rid themselves of the negative bias, negative perceptions. It cannot be totally done. There will always be such perceptions. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Samima Muslim, media personality, now part of the NDC fraternity, where the chairman is currently seated. Then we'll now listen to the chairman and hear what the decision was.
Honourable members, meeting called to order.
Well, you heard some reactions there to what has transpired so far regarding the Appointments Committee and the scheduled vetting of ministerial nominees. The committee went into conclave for the second time today. They have resumed. We're trying to get you that. And then it's time to listen to them on what decision has been made or taken regarding the way forward over this matter involving activist Oliver Barker-Vormawor. Let's go back to the Appointments Committee.
We'll proceed with the vetting of the Minister Designate for Defense. Clerk of the committee, kindly administer the oath. He said, oh, you've done that already. Oh, well, if you have if you've done that already, then before proceeding with the vetting question, I have some questions for you. Ever since you are nominated as a minister, before the introduction, you tell us about yourself. Have you spoken to me on phone?
No, Mr. Chairman. The last time we spoke must be somewhere September or August 2024.
After your nomination as a minister designate, have you been to my office?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Meeting you today on the corridors of the vetting room, have you sight your eyes on me after your nomination, announcement of your nomination as a minister responsible?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Did I ever call to demand money from you?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Now, before I give you the floor to tell us about yourself, it's been alleged that we demand monies from the nominees before vetting. Tell the general public whether I, Bernard Ahiafo, or any member of the committee ever demanded money from you before today's sitting.
Mr. Chairman, I've not received any such call, and so that is what I can say. I'm here to be vetted, to answer the questions to the best of my ability, and with your blessings, to serve our dear nation as much as I can. Thank you.
Very much. May you proceed to tell us about yourself.
I'm Kofi Omane Boamah, trained medical doctor by profession, married with 3 children, also a health policy analyst, former Minister for Communications, former Deputy Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, former Deputy Minister for Youth and Sports, also presently Director for Elections and IT of the NDC. For the 8 years that President Mahama was in opposition, I also served as a policy advisor and political strategist to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are welcome to the vetting committee.
Great.
Honourable members will proceed by taking questions from the members of the committee. It is my pleasure to start with the subject matter committee members. So I give the floor to Honorable Amankwa Menu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me take the opportunity to congratulate Dr. Kofi Omane Boamah for his nomination. And also let me take this opportunity to welcome to this vetting room some past officers of the Ghana Armed Forces. I can see some past CDS and some 7 officers. They are so welcome. Doc, congratulations once again. We all know that Article 210 creates the Ghana Armed Forces. Now, the Ghana Armed Forces is a creature of the 1992 Constitution, charged with the responsibility of defending Ghana. We have men and women who go through sacrifices, and the sacrifices they go through emanate from the kind of training they go through. We have had instances in this country where people have always asked questions about the way recruitment and enlistment into the Ghana Armed Forces is done. If you are to look at what members go through, I mean members in uniform, soldiers, our men and women in uniform go through. Obviously, if you do not meet a certain criteria, it will be very difficult for you to really do the kind of job they do. As a minister, looking at the fact that the Ghana Armed Forces have a time-tested, laid-down processes, procedure, and the training that they go through, as a minister designate for the Ministry of Defense, and looking at what the soldiers go through, looking at, the time-tested training or the time-tested procedure, processes, and all that they go through. As a minister, would you at any time circumvent this time-tested processes and procedure for enlistment and recruitment into the Ghana Armed Forces for political expediency?
Thank you, Honorable Minister Designate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So today I just want to stop him.
If
Chairman, in the early days of the vetting process, a need arose for you to be seen as the chair of this committee and none other. Rightly so, you are the chair. I want, for the last time, plead with those who come here as friends of committee, especially from the majority, to allow decorum, what we call decorum, to manifest at this committee. I will end it here.
Proceed to give your answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Knowing the Ghana Armed Forces that I know, and from where I sat about 17 years ago, if you circumvent the procedures, the rules of engagement, and you get enlisted or recruited, you are likely to suffer. And there have been some dire consequences. Some recruits have died on day one. I remember at 37 Military Hospital, there was even someone who was in training, not that the person was flat-footed, but it was almost there. Severally, the person had to come on admission. If you have a heart condition and the systems are circumvented, and you are enlisted or recruited, you are just jeopardizing your life. And so, looking at it purely from the medical point of view, I'll be the first person to advise you, if you genuinely don't qualify, not to attempt it. Let's face it, I recall 1997 when I visited, the person is still a serving officer, so I don't need to mention the name. When I visited the person at the academy, one of the first things I saw was, abandon all hopes of normal life, all ye enters here. What that means, that at the beginning of the training, you are being asked to abandon all hopes of normal life when you enter the military academy. And it is not easy. If I may add, some people go all the way to the point of being tempted, and they consider and drink water that has been used to soak clothes, because you are thirsty. You are tested to the limits. That is the reality. And so I will not, and have the assurance that I will not circumvent the procedures. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any follow-up questions. So
Thank you very much. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Habib.
No,
You don't have any further?
no follow-up.
No follow-up, but you have a further question. Please go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, we know that the West African sub-region has issues with terrorist activities. And the experts tell us that the movement of these groupings is southwards. If you look at all the countries within the sub-region, most of them, if not most of them, except probably our beautiful country, have tasted the bitter pill of terrorist attack. The Akufo-Addo government, in trying to provide security for this country, adopted two, as it were, two strategies. First of all, to have Operation Conquered Fist, where men were sent to man our borders. And then secondly, for the long-term effect, to build the forward operating bases, FOBs. Most of these FOBs are at various completion stage. And then to also deal with the issues of our waters, because we also had pirates coming in. There was the need to also get long endurance vessels for the Navy to be able to man our waters. I know that one of the vessels is waiting for parliamentary approval. Mr. Nominee, if you are given the approval, what would you do? Would you immediately work very fast to ensure that the FOBs are completed so that soldiers can move in, and then see to the acquisition of these long endurance vessels to enable our men provide the security that we so need in this country?
Mr. Chairman, the FOBs are very critical, and they are needed in protecting Ghana. It is true that terrorists, and if I may add, violent extremism, has caught up with us. Successive governments have done very well in ensuring that we have not recorded any incident at this stage within the territory of Ghana. But there is also the strong belief that there are some sleeper cells of some of these groups, which so far our military has been able to contain and sometimes even push them out of the country. Where we are we cannot do without the FOBs. And if you ask me, we may even have to consider accelerating the completion of what are already under construction, and then also identify some of the border areas. We have as long as over 2,000 kilometers stretch regarding the fringes of Ghana. And if these fighters, silent fighters who use the David and Goliath kind of a system, the asymmetry system in which they use to fight countries, are minded to attack us, they have over 2,000 kilometers to help them to strategize. What it means is that we need more of these FOBs, but not just that. You raise the issue of the naval vessel. It is not just the Navy that has challenges. Without exposing our armed forces too much, because our neighbors are accelerating their re-equipping. The truth is that the Air Force also needs re-equipping. I don't want to go into too much details regarding that. So it's a holistic thing. And in looking at this, we also need to sensitize the populace, because it is not just a matter of acquiring the vessels, acquiring the equipment. The citizens must also be conscientized so that they will be able to help the Ghana Armed Forces to detect early when these incursions are being done. And this is where I commend the appointment of Lieutenant Colonel Larry Bevlolate as the envoy to the Sahel regions. Is going to assist to be able to understand, help in early eye detection, assist with defense diplomacy, whilst our Ghana Armed Forces also continue to engage them. And so yes, we will need to complete the FOBs. We will need to consider extending even the FOBs to other parts. It is not just the borders, even the riverine areas. There are some entry points that can also be considered. And so you can have my assurance that together with the service commanders, the CDS, and with the commander-in-chief himself, we will do everything that we must do if I receive your approval to protect and defend our dear nation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll do with my last question. Honorable nominee, the Ghana Armed Forces has been going through some expansion. And one problem bedeviling the Ghana Armed Forces has to do with accommodation. The Akufo-Addo-led government embarked upon the barracks regeneration program where houses of befitting accommodation were built in all the garrisons in the country. Looking at the housing situation we have, would you, when the approval is given, make conscious effort either to continue with the barracks regeneration program or to make that conscious effort to provide befitting accommodations for our men and women in uniform who are doing so wonderful?
what their felt need is. Number one, they will mention accommodation. Number two, they will mention accommodation. Number three, they will mention accommodation. It doesn't mean they don't have other needs, but accommodation is very critical. In fact, the deficit, 15,000, if I'm not mistaken, is about 17,000. Efforts have been made by successive governments to ensure that this deficit is bridged. Let me assure you, several options will be considered. The most important thing is to ensure that accommodation is provided. Even if we would have to look at the PPPs that are being done, even if we would have to draw on Government of Ghana budget.
On the accommodation.
Very well.
Very brief. I will want the nominee to assure us that it will not just be accommodation, but a befitting accommodation for our soldiers.
You have, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed to answer, but be brief with your answers.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It will be befitting. I visited a lot of my mates who had passed out and everything, and we saw at first hand some of the difficulties, and so we will make sure it is befitting. Thank you.
I recognize Honorable James Agalga.
Congratulations, Honorable Dr. Omane Boamah, for your nomination. You are a medical doctor who has practiced at the 37 Military Hospital before, and I know you are abreast with the challenges that the 37 Military Hospital is faced with. Doctor, when you are approved, what would you do to improve upon the prevailing conditions at the 37 Military Hospital, and also to ensure that the Afari Military Hospital, which works commenced as far back as, in fact, when the NDC was in government previously, you'd ensure that that hospital is completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He's answered one part of the question, because if you are able to get Afari on stream, it will reduce the pressure on 37. Referrals will not have to be coming from Ashanti region upwards to 37. And 37 is used not just by serving soldiers and their families, but also veterans also use that. There is also an initiative that is ongoing, said that they are looking at building a new facility in Accra to take care of the soldiers, because it is believed that civilians are overcompeting with the soldiers and their families at 37. If that facility in Accra is completed, what that also means is that it can reduce the pressure on 37. Beyond that, we'll be re-equipping the facility, ensuring that we use innovative ways of securing drugs, so that a soldier may not be on a peace mission. The spouse comes with a child, and the child and the parent may have to be sent out, sometimes late in the night, to go and buy medicine and all that. If we put in innovation mechanisms, we can reduce the budget on drugs and consumables, and then with this infrastructure, Afari, and also the one that is being considered in Accra, we will be able to limit the pressure on 37 military hospital.
Any further question?
Yes, my last question. Doc, I think in an earlier response to a question posed by the former deputy minister, you spoke about Ghana's participation in peace support operations. Now, Ghana has played a pivotal role in bringing about world peace in terms of our participation in peace support operations. But it appears the level of participation has dwindled over the period. Now, what would you do to ensure that Ghana's participation in peace support operations is increased? Because, beyond fostering peace when we deploy our troops, it is also a matter of welfare. So, Doc, would you want to focus on this area and ensure that our participation is increased when you assume office as the minister?
Mr. Chairman, yes, because peace support operations in itself will be one of the innovative ways of raising funds for the Ghana Armed Forces. And there's a lot to learn from Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India. They take advantage of the wet lease system, procure fit-for-purpose equipment, send them on peace missions, but then almost every 5 years will return those equipment to their countries and ensure that new ones are also procured. When that is done, the task force, that's the UN task force, that reviews the equipment that your troops are using on peace missions, get very satisfied, and they are able to reimburse you. Unfortunately, if your equipment are obsolete, you can be sure that there will even come a time that you will not be having the reimbursement that you need. These are issues that we need to go into, and we will discuss them thoroughly, look at innovative ways of procuring equipment fit for purpose, and also increasing our quotas so that it will satisfy the soldiers, it will improve the image of our country out there, and our Ghana Armed Forces will also be strengthened financially. Technology transfer.
I wish you well, Doc. Congratulations.
Well, I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Dominic Nitiwood.
Thank you very much. 4 years ago, I was sitting right where you are. So the only thing I can wish you is to wish you well. Though I sat there 8 years ago and I sat another 4 years ago. So we wish you well and say that you are going to a very disciplined institution. You would enjoy working with them. There are the few people that when they write a speech for you, you may find it difficult to correct. And so you get a good training from them. But there are some few issues that I want to bring to your attention through questions that the people of Ghana, including yourselves made comments. I feel uncomfortable that I just left there and I have to ask you questions, but it's a duty for Mother Ghana. So I will have to do that. Ordinarily, I will not do that, but of course, we are here, we are where we are. I will do that. It's about the relationship between the Ghana Armed Forces and the people of Ghana. A lot of people, including even the NDC, your side, are of the view that we should keep the armed forces in the barracks and not deploy them to do Now, duties. Not even deploy them
for soldier. They are not trained principally to be enforcing law and order in the way that a police personnel will do. I mean, I'm very sure you agree with me that throughout your stay as the Minister for Defense, you hardly came across soldiers who were holding handcuffs. And I'm very sure right here, that is the situation. You will hardly find a soldier who is holding handcuff. It should tell us what their training is when it comes to even arrest. And so we should be careful not to push them immediately there is an issue to be addressed. The police must be the first point of call, to the point that the police can do it. Let's allow the police to do it. If it becomes necessary to draw on the Ghana Armed Forces, it should be a limited operation because of the shock and awe that the Ghana Armed Forces visits even when they get to town. So it should not be the norm. For instance, in the last election, we all agreed that the National Election Security Task Force was going to be said that the Ghana Armed Forces was going to be on standby until the IGP has activated their deployment. We saw some few instances where we saw military people. I believe when the IGP is done with the investigations regarding the last election, the review, we will be able to understand the mechanisms that led to this movement of troops. So by and large, it is not a yes and a no that soldiers should be kept out of it completely. But it is a matter of moderation. How do we titrate their interventions such that the dominant role is being played by the Ghana Police Service? Thank you.
So follow up. Will you deploy soldiers to fight Galamsey, especially after the WAS incident?
Once again, the fight against Galamsey should not be viewed purely through the lens of soldiers going to fight Galamsey. There are several things to look at. Reclamation, providing alternate livelihood programs, and all. When we are clear to the people that these programs are ongoing and they are going to yield the needed results, you'll be surprised that once you are showing people of alternative livelihood programs, you may be able to reduce the numbers and the police may not be that overwhelmed. But even if it has to get to the point where you have to deploy soldiers, there are several factors to look at. There are UAVs that can do some of the things that soldiers go and do in the forest and in the mining communities. You may say that, okay, the UAVs may not even have weapons. But Honorable Minister, or Honorable Former Minister, you know that there are even weaponized UAVs that, should that become necessary, that can be used. So once again, it is not a yes or a no answer. We need to look at fighting Galamsey as a comprehensive thing, providing alternate livelihoods, programs, land reclamation, letting the police do what they have to do, and if need be, bringing in the military in addition to modern technologies that can help them perform their functions. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. As I said before,
your substantive question.
Yes, another substantive question. As I said before, I wish you well. You would look up to the Commander-in-Chief for some of the things you say, because he's the only ministry that the Commander-in-Chief, even though he has direct interest in more of them, is the only ministry that every day when he wakes up, he wants to know what is happening.
Honorable Member, please, your second question.
Honorable Minister, the second concern that the people had, and they still have, is the relationship between the armed forces and the other security services, especially the police, where sometimes you have little misunderstanding here and there and that kind of stuff. With this setup, joint training, joint operations, we set up rules for them, rules of engagement we're teaching, but still had slips here and there. And there's been massive improvement in their relationship. I want you to tell us exactly what you believe you'll be able to do to ensure that the armed forces and the other security services not just operate as individuals, but even at operation, they can operate as a unit to ensure that Ghana remains very safe as we see it now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The collaboration between our security agencies have been very good, and I will not say that we should make perfect the enemy of good. We've had benefits from it, but clearly where we have unexpected outcomes, we will need to address them. The joint operations that they do can also be enhanced with joint training programs, more of such. And not just joint training programs, they can also have recreation together. Let's have more of that. If they are meeting each other, having physical training, even together sometimes, it brings them together, the bond becomes stronger, limits the level of competition that they may be looking at. And here I want to raise something that may look like a paradox. When you push soldiers to more and more be performing the functions of the police, if you are not careful, you are painting an impression that suggests that the police are incapable of doing what they have to do. That implicitly can generate unnecessary rivalry, which may manifest later as the clashes that we may be seeing. It is important to provide adequate training for the police, adequate training also for soldiers, ensure that where they need to come together, it is not just for operations, but also for recreation, also for physical training. And I believe the more we allow them to interface like this, we will be able to limit the clashes that we see, if not to eliminate them completely. Thank you.
Chairman, as a follow-up, will you ever consider deploying soldiers to polling stations in any future elections?
Fortunately, the Honorable former Minister for Defense once said he doesn't deploy soldiers. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't even understand his question.
Well, Mr. Nominee, will you ever allow the Chief of Defense Staff? It's not last question, it's a follow-up. Will you ever allow
you are entitled to one follow-up.
But he said he doesn't understand, so I'm giving him.
That is his answer.
Because
you've won occupy that position.
I hear you.
And your response
Chairman,
is that
okay.
as a minister,
no
you don't do that. So
there's
why
no,
are you?
There's no banter.
That is his answer.
Mr. Chairman, thank
So
you. I don't
your
want to
last
banter with you.
Yeah,
Just all I wanted to find out from you, still the follow-up, he says you allow me. So the follow-up is whether you would advise the Chief of Defense Staff, who normally would deploy on behalf of the Commander-in-Chief, soldiers to a polling station in the future elections.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Under normal circumstances, it's a no, 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 no. But you see, in doing risk analysis, you cannot sit here and jump to that conclusion. What if terrorists have attacked a polling station? What do you do? So it will be based on the risk assessment and the advice that will be given. And this is why the National Election Security Task Force, with the help of Parliament, must be given strong legal backing. So the rules of engagement, very, very clear, delineated, actions to be taken, and who gives the command and who should not give the command. So once we get all these ironed out, I believe that it will not even be me providing that advice, because on the day of election, I'm likely to be somewhere campaigning or ensuring that people are voting. And that is why I should not be the person who is even at that point giving a policy direction that soldiers should go to the polling station. Once we get the National Election Security Task Force clearly before us, and Parliament has a good bite at it, very deep bite at it, I believe that we will be able to address most of these challenges that we have had with the use of the military.
Mr. Chairman.
Your last question.
Yes, last question. Mr. Chairman, first of all, the nominee has assured this House that he would follow the laid down requirements of the Ghana Armed Forces when it comes to recruitment and enlistment into the armed forces, so that we can keep the sanity within the armed forces. So I want to thank him for that, and I would hold him through the committee, whoever will be the chair of the committee on government assurance, we will hold you responsible for that statement, because we'll follow to ensure that it has happened. But there is a constitutional with it. There is a constitutional. If you don't follow, it's your own job, because you were supposed to keep me in check. If you didn't keep me in check, that's your own cup of tea. But Mr. Chairman,
please address the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there is a constitutional provision I want you to give meaning to and to ensure that it happens. And that constitutional provision is regional balance. I didn't say tribal balance. I said regional balance. I want to find out from you how you would ensure that in the enlistment and in the recruitment of the men and women into the armed forces, and by stretch all security agencies, there is regional balance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be brief, I'm a student of equity, and we will ensure that all the principles of equity are applied to the procedures that the recruitment process follows. For instance, if somebody is in the Upper West region and the person is going to be enlisted or recruited, how does the person go through medicals? If somebody is in the Upper East region, same. If somebody is in Accra, obviously that person will have a certain advantage because 37 is just right here. And so we will look at all the equity principles and ensure that regional balance is attained.
Thank you very much. In the absence of any follow-up, I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Peter Lanchini. Honourable members, let me place on record that he is the fourth person to ask the question, and I've admitted questions from them in line with Standing Order 2172, which allows chairperson, ranking members, and two other members of the relevant subject matter, standing or select committee, persons nominated by persons to join the appointment committee in vetting persons nominated by the president. So they are the subject matter committee members. You may proceed to ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister designate, congratulations. You know as well as I do that when you are dealing with military, you are dealing with precision. And I do not doubt your meticulous nature. and the fact that you must be trusted by the state. So once again, I say congratulations for this nomination. The Ghana Armed Forces has a very impressive image across the world. If this committee gives you the nod, and you are finally sworn in as a Minister of Defense, you will love to protect this impressive image. How are you going to deal with impersonations in the system?
Thank you very much. We will rely heavily on DI, Defense Intelligence, to assist us. Of course, collaboration between the police and DI will also be very, very important. And then, as part of efforts to improve military-civil relations, we will enhance the receipt of feedback from the populace, such that if someone is suspicious of an individual who is portraying him or herself as a soldier, in real time, the person can launch a complaint and we address it. And when these are addressed, the aftermath of it, the punishment given legitimately and legally given, will also be made public to deter others who may want to go on the same path. And we believe that once DI heightens attention on impersonation, and the police also assist in this, and then we make the processes very transparent and the punishment thereof also obvious to citizens, people are going to be advised. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my second question. I'm sure during the briefing you have heard of defense advisors. Our defense advisors carry very high our national flag, including the flag of the Ghana Armed Forces. And over the years that I've been in Parliament, at least for the past 4 years, the story has not been encouraging at all. There are conditions of service. It's nothing to write home about. And I'm sure they are very excited to find Dr. Omane Boamah as the minister designate. Should you get a nod? Look into the camera and tell them, what will you do for defense advisors who are struggling all over the world? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, the defense advisors play critical roles in the countries where we deploy them. And they work very closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And so it will be a collaborative effort, of course, with the Ministry of Finance also ensuring that they are assisted as much as they should. Their challenges range from accommodation all the way sometimes even to the daily subsistence allowance that they would have to be given. When you demotivate them, and some of them are even generals, when you demotivate them like this, you do not expect morale to be high for them to do the kind of defense diplomacy that they should be doing. Not too long ago, I was talking about the right equipment to assist our peace support operations. Defense advisors, defense attaches in very critical countries can even work to let us have access to aid that we may never have thought of. So we need to invest in them for them to give us the multiplier effects of those investments. Ghana will benefit from those strategic investments. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. You know, by my very training, when you meet a very confident person...
Honorable Anthony, hold it. The Deputy Minority Leader has a follow-up on the second question.
Right, thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. Congratulations. From the answer to the last question, I get the import, that you don't have a direct responsibility to ensure that they are rightly remunerated. If that be the case, I don't think you are owning up to your responsibility to ensure that. What would you do? Because you mentioned the Minister of Finance as the one that has to see to it, but you have a responsibility to address them. What would you do personally to ensure that?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Coincidentally, just when Honorable was asking, then the Foreign Minister designate entered. It's a collaborative effort. And my style has always been to work together with colleagues. I've been part of budget processes right from 2009 to 2016. We contributed to every single budget of the President Mills and President Mahama administration. And we know how these go. You will submit the budget. The Ministry of Finance will have the final say. But the good thing is, with the experience that we gathered for 8 years, we will definitely be some of the people that the Finance Ministry will rely on. And we will persuade to the point that we believe that once they understand the benefits that we will be deriving from the defense attaches, they will respond. And it is part of the innovative financing of the armed forces that we have started discussing. And so you can be rest assured, I will be responsible for the soldiers, and I will work collaboratively with the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, when he's vetted, I hope not for 3 days, and approved, and then the Minister for Interior and all other colleagues as well. Thank you.
The nominee should withdraw that he hope he's not going to be vetted for 3 days. It's not left to him to decide to the committee.
Chairman, withdrawn.
Thank you very much. Can we make progress? Now, your last question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister Designate, if you appear before this committee and you are giving 100 questions that have to do with Galamsey, you will appreciate the fact that Galamsey is a hydra-headed problem for this country. It is not just a security threat, it is both economic and social. Looking at the role of the Ghana Armed Forces from the days of Operation Vanguard to Operation Halt 1 and Halt 2, what do you think the role of the military will be going forward to ensure that after 1 year of President Mohammed's term in office, even the rivers will begin to speak that the country has been reset? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to rest on the earlier answers that I had given about Galamsey so that I don't over-elaborate. The justification cannot be understood by anyone considering the harm that it causes. And Honorable listed quite a good number of the untoward issues that emanate from it. What sometimes we don't even avert our minds to is that for people to elect to engage in that activity, sometimes they have to take hard substances and all. So that can also have its own societal effects. That is why the idea of simultaneously providing alternate livelihoods, reclaiming lands, planting on those lands when they have been reclaimed, and there are soil scientists and technologies that can help heal some of these destroyed soils. Even placing factories in some strategic locations to process some of the produce will begin to give a new face to the fight against Galamsey. As we do this, obviously, law enforcement agencies will work together. the police, the military, to ensure that the laws are enforced. And that is why I said we need to also look at not just physical incursion of military personnel, but also using unmanned aerial vehicles. And some of them can even be weaponized to take care of this, because human beings, sometimes if they stay on these operations for a long time, get compromised. But if you dispatch a UAV, a drone, to go on surveillance and send you the exact picture of what is happening, who is going to bribe the drone? Unless maybe the one who is operating it. And the digital footprints of that drone and the operations can also be known. Should it get to the point where weapons would have to be used? As I have said, some of these UAVs can even be weaponized, but that should be the last resort. We need to quickly and aggressively get to the point where we get the people to understand that it's a no, no, no. The environmental and the socio-economic consequences are just too much. And I believe that with the self-purifying nature of water bodies, when we are able to do this with your blessings, within a matter of 1 year, we should begin to see positive outcomes from these interventions. It will be a collaborative effort. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm so grateful. Thank you very much, nominee. I wish you well.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Using the same standing order 2177, combining it with order 6, I will recognize leadership of the minority to ask a question. 77 reads, a member of the leadership of the House is entitled to participate in the proceedings of the committee during the consideration of nominees for appointment. And standing order 6 defines leadership of the House to mean the majority leader, minority leader, the deputy majority leader and deputy minority leader, the majority whip, the minority whip, and the deputy majority whip and deputy minority whip. So I proceed to recognize Habib, Honorable Habib, as deputy minority whip. Whips, deputy whips, but majority whip and minority whip. But deputy is whips.
Road Minister, I won't be invited to the debate. Mr. Norman, my question is, in your party manifesto, you promised to increase the daily allowances of soldiers to the UN. I think currently it's around $35. So what should the soldiers in Lebanon and Sudan expect?
Mr. Chairman, we have soldiers in several places. Guinea-Bissau, Abyei, Gambia, and all. They should be rest assured that President Mahama has 4 years, and whatever promise that has been given will be worked on to the satisfaction of all stakeholders. Thank you.
Honorable Habib, do you have a further question?
Okay, Chairman, the nominee's introduction, when you asked of his self-introduction, he said he is the Director of Elections and IT of the NDC. My question is on the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission that declared President Mahama and declared the 275 members of Parliament. Have you 275? One is not declared yet. 275. Mr. Chairman, my question is, Have you ever described the EC as criminals, incompetent, and biased? And if yes, why?
Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Incompetence, basic arithmetic. The EC serially got it wrong. The criminality, people were transferred from their polling stations to different regions, not even within the same region, without they appearing to transfer. Bias. There were several times that we raised issues that we felt could have easily been addressed. And sometimes, as I watched after December 7, people struggling over seats, I said, look, if the Electoral Commission had listened to us and had dealt with the free pink sheets that were floating, we may not have had these issues on our hands. But obviously, the EC would not even listen to us. As we speak, we requested for a forensic audit of the voters' register and the IT system of the Electoral Commission. They never agreed. So incompetence, basic arithmetic, they were getting it wrong. The criminal aspect, to transfer people from their polling stations to different places in a different region. And when we brought this out and we asked them, they said, oh, we had not activated the liveliness test. So you knew you could activate the liveliness test. And they said, oh, it was because at the time that the procurement was done, the liveliness test was not that mature. But if they could activate it just when we identified and put out the information, what stopped them from doing that? And so, trust me, I have very good friends in there, but whenever we had to do our job to ensure that the right expressions were used, we did it. But the beauty is that it was never personal. Beyond doing our jobs, we continued very good, friendly relations. In fact, sometimes it pains me that when our General Secretary petitioned Parliament earlier, I think somewhere April 2024, Parliament did not take the necessary steps to investigate the Electoral Commission. If that had been done, we all may not have gotten to that point. But it looks like the malaise is when you are in government, you act as if the Electoral Commission is anachronistic and sacrosanct. I pray and hope that my party in government will not suffer that same disease. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you. Any further question?
Chairman, I have a follow-up to this. Doctor, how will you describe a beneficiary of a criminal, incompetent, and a biased institution?
Your question is unclear because I decided to provide reasons for each of them. Incompetence.
Explain it.
Thank you, Chairman. I decided to segregate incompetence. And I said, even basic arithmetic. And it's quite unfortunate that Honorable Habib is inviting me to maybe denigrate my own friend, Jemensa. How do you use Cora draw for arithmetic?
Chairman would respect, Chairman would respect. I want to remind
my respected friend, Dr. Omane Boamah, that he is on oath. I can also understand that it is your desire to give a detailed explanation by way of response to questions. But let me be quick to remind you, you have a duty in answering to be mindful of the third party who may suffer certain consequences of your response, which at this material moment may not have an opportunity to defend himself or herself. Suffice to state that in a political statement, one may choose to be very loose. But here, in an attempt to defend a political statement, let's be careful. I know a number of MPP folks who this morning joined this table to say that Dr. Omane Boamah is our brother. He's our brother. And they expect a certain posture from their own caucus. If that is to be expected, then something must give.
Honorable Ranking Member, thank you very much. I believe this caution should not go only to the nominee before us. The questioners must also be circumspect in asking the question. So if you ask a question, the nominee has provided the answer, and you push for a follow-up question, I would allow the nominee to give a follow-up answer. So I was even drawing the questioner's attention to the fact that be careful where you are going off camera, but he didn't take a cue. So proceed to ask your last question.
Chairman, I take cue from what my leader have said, but I don't think my question was out of place. If a nominee have described an institution that nature, and I want to find out why he described it as such, I don't think I was out of place. You indicated that you are the Director of Elections and IT, and now you are going to occupy a very important office. You'll be the Minister responsible for defense of our country. Do you intend resigning your position as Director of Elections and IT so that you can be impartial in handling the affairs of defense in the country?
Thank you very much, Chairman. No Ghanaian should have any fear about my impartiality. In fact, I can be the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and I will be impartial. That's my nature. Trust me, and my deputies are here with me. Whether I was going to be appointed or not, I took up the job of the Director of Elections of NDC purposefully for the 2024 elections. Immediately after the elections, I told them my job was done. Amongst us, we even discussed, and we know who will be proposing to the Functional Executive Committee to take over from me. Thank you.
So, Chairman, I'm done, and I'll congratulate you.
Thank you very much. But let me place on record that Article 78 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana is very clear. A minister can appear before a committee of parliament to hold office of profit. So if the party constitution so allow, and that minister has appeared before the committee to hold a political position of profit, there is nothing basically wrong about it. But always we ask, will you resign, will you do this? It doesn't lie in our hands to demand a resignation of the So I'll give the floor to Honorable Jerry Shaibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Doc, congratulations to you. I've recently perused a document which the UN, as of July 2019, had indicated that the current reimbursement rate of soldiers deployed to go on missions receive about $1,428 per person. In Nigeria, it's about $600. In Kenya, it's about $756. I've indicated, you weren't listening. In Ghana, it's about $435. First of all, do you know about this and what accounts for the differentials? And if at all, what plans do you have to have this resolved? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Not the entirety of the other countries that you mentioned. What I know is we pay $35 daily, and I think the figure per capita is about 1,400 plus. As I've indicated, peacekeeping to countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India is serious business. They use it to finance their army, and I believe that with defense industries taking shape, some of that can go into it. Be rest assured that we are going to take advantage of the wet lease system. To take advantage of it will be to even do some retrospective study on what we have done with the resources that we have received so far. There are complaints about late releases when troops are supposed to even go on mission. These are all matters that we would have to address. It will be a comprehensive process and program. And I believe with your endorsement, if I become the Minister for Defense, I'll come back to Parliament to brief you details about where we are. Even regarding equipment, as I alluded to, the Ghana Armed Forces can benefit from equipment. Ghana Armed Forces in Ghana can benefit from the equipment that we procure through the wet lease system. Because all you have to do is to use that equipment for about 3 to 5 years. You can bring them back home, procure new ones, and so long as you are taking advantage of economies of scale. Have we gotten to a point where maybe we will have to do some joint procurements? The police procures, army does same. Isn't it possible for us to take advantage of economies of scale? Equipment that both are likely to be using, or if we are to be looking at brands, for that particular brand, if we went to that brand, we can take advantage of economies of scale. And so it's a comprehensive thing that will have to be done. And it's not also just about what is going to the soldiers. If we are able to reduce the amount that we spend on maintenance, and it will be a paradox that if you do the maintenance more frequently, you are likely to spend less in the long run than to allow the equipment to get to terrible states before you say that maybe you are going to ensure that maintenance is done. And so give us the opportunity to serve, and we will look at peace support operations comprehensively and put before Parliament, because it will be an international agreement, new ways that we can take advantage of the PSO program to generate the needed income for our nation, to motivate our troops, and also to equip our country for us to be able to protect our territorial integrity.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, no follow-up, but a further question on this. So the military seeks to go through some very regimental training and activities. And there is also the likelihood of an emergence of a post-traumatic stress disorder and other related health issues. So there are health concerns here. As a medical practitioner, do you have any plans, ideas as to how to help them not go through all the stress and health challenges? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When I met the generals and the colonels for the briefing ahead of this vetting, when we got to the health aspects, one of them reminded me of my days with the military. You can be rest assured that we will look at health in the comprehensive way that it must be looked at, the social determinants and everything. And veterans in particular, there are some of them who still are going through a lot. I have 2 veterans in my home, my dad's side. And I remember growing up when the stories were being told. I remember very well. One of them even was shedding tears when it got to a point how a colleague was just killed during operations. So be rest assured that post-traumatic stress disorder, not just that, even before that, even before they encounter these trauma, there are some of them who may even have all kinds of conditions. Just that mental health in general in the country has not been given the right attention that it deserves. We will work together with the Ministry of Health to ensure that the programs that are being organized, the training, Ministry of Education, more of such eye doctors are trained. It is when you have more in the system that you can also have some for the military. Whilst waiting to train more, we will leverage on the existing practitioners within the mental health space to also assist them. And it's not just about mental health, it's a comprehensive thing, because the social determinants of health just will go beyond what just mere disease and ailments are calling on us to be doing for our troops.
Further question?
That's so, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominees, so how do you intend to deal with the growing threat of cyber attacks? And what steps are you going to take to enhance Ghana's cyber defense, especially in the light of our own situation? That in the very recent times, I've seen that what we used to have as the domain name, the official domain name of the presidency, has now been changed from presidency.gov.gh to johnmahama.org.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm not aware of the change that was alluded to, and since I'm here answering, I will not be able to check. But I'll say that I sit at the intersection between traditional security and also what happens in the cyber space. And that is perhaps one of the advantages that I'll bring to the ministry if approved by the committee and by Parliament. As a former Minister for Communications, I've had detailed interactions, deep discussions with people who know the galactic network very, very well. In fact, I've had the opportunities to interact at very high level with the inventors of the internet. Somewhere 2014, 2015, when 12 people were being selected to go and discuss the future of the internet, I was one of the people. We went to Brazil to discuss it at the level of the ITU. That was when we began calling cyber attacks, particularly on nations, as a David and Goliath kind of war, where you don't have to have too much weapons, too much ammunitions, but you can deal with a powerful nation. We need to do more. As Minister for Communications, the GOTA system that our security agencies hold, I brought the second phase of it to Parliament, which ensured that 4G LTE was incorporated within that system. So you can be assured that if it's at the level of infrastructure, we will work on it. If it is at the level of applications, we will work on it. If it's at the level of enhancing the human resource for IT, not just for the military, because the military cannot do it all alone. The National Signals Bureau must also complement the work that the military will be doing. And once we achieve this collaboration, you can be rest assured that as much as possible, we will be able to ensure early detection. No one can give assurance against a cyber attack that it will be foolproof. But the more you perfect it, you get to a better state where even if it happens, with disaster recovery and everything, you will be able to recover from that attack immediately. It was the reason that the National Data Center that is situated right here, I ensured the construction of it. We also placed a site for redundancy and disaster recovery far away from Accra. Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to mention where that site for redundancy is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want to wish the nominee the very best in his new role, if approved by this very House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I proceed to a member of the committee from majority side, Ritana Odolesoa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to congratulate Dr. Omane Boamah on your nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable nominee, we are all aware the military base is in Adjei Kenneth, my constituency. And over the years, as Member of Parliament, I've enjoyed some cordial relationship with the military, especially the hierarchy. But one issue I'd want to raise, during my first term in Parliament, the people of Adjei Kenneth were seeking to get back some of their land. And the Nanado administration promised to give them some of the land. And later, we were informed that some of the land had been released. And so the good people of Adjei Kenneth visited the site to see their land in some joy. They didn't have any weapons, but when they went there, I know the military is very disciplined, but when they got there, they were beaten mercilessly there. And at the end of the day, we lost one woman. I want to find out from you, what assurance are you going to give to the good people of Adjei Kenneth to live cordially with them, since we are, I'll put in quotes, the landowners. And I believe a landlord lives well with his tenant, and the tenant as well lives well with his landlord. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's regrettable that inspection of land released to a traditional area will lead to loss of life, violence against our own citizens. And I must say that these are things that must be condemned and also prevented going forward. What I will do is, if approved, call for the details, because the way the military works, definitely they must have accurate documentation of whatever happened. And we will study it and know exactly what happened. If there is the need for people to be compensated, why not? because it is unacceptable if it is the case that the land had been released and they were only going to inspect land that had been released to them, then it must be seen as something that should not have happened. I'm not seized with the full facts. When the documents become available, I'll study them, I'll involve the Attorney General's department and ensure that the right thing is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a further question?
Yes.
Please do.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Honorable Dr. Omane Boamah, I'm reliably informed by some widows of officers that when their husbands pass on, they are supposed to receive some benefits. And these benefits take between 1 to 3 years. And it takes so much time for them to receive these benefits. What are you going to do to help our women, the widows, because they are in pain and they'll need these, benefits to sort themselves out? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we need to expedite the processes. And in fact, maybe for good reason, it's not even spouses of deceased officers and other ranks, if this is the situation. Even when people retire, sometimes it takes a long time for them to have their gratuity. And I'm told it's because the calculations are based on actuals. And so they would have to wait for the retirement age before those calculations are done. We began some discussions on it as they were briefing me. I raised issues that I would just want them to begin to exercise their minds on. With your blessings, if I get to the ministry, we will take this up and look at how best we can work on some of these things efficiently using IT systems to assist, because of what benefit is that going to be to the widow when the money is going to be received, let's say 1 whole year after the husband passes away? But it is not just restricted to them. There's even a story of a former CDS calling after about 6 months of leaving office to remind them of his gratuity. And it is something that we intend to work on to ensure that the processes are hastened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Thank you, Chairman. I wish to congratulate Honorable Dr. Omane Boamah, and I wish you God's blessings in your new appointment.
I'll give the floor to Patrick Yaoboma.
Why are you laughing? Thank you very much, Chairman. Congratulations, Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah. Two issues combined. The Department for the Civilian Establishment. It's a very important division of Department of the Ghana Armed Forces and the military, as well as the VAG, Veterans Association of Ghana. They play very important roles towards the success of the Defense Ministry. VAG is asking you to consider the rationalization of their pensions together with some other non-commissioned officers. Is this something that you are going to take a critical look at when you assume office? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welfare is at the heart of my politics. And so anything that will benefit the people is dear to my heart. I'll definitely take it up discuss it thoroughly with the finance ministry, and we will situate it within the context of the financial challenges that we have. But you can be rest assured that we can even have innovative ways of ensuring inflows, new and additional inflows, so that we can take care of them very well. Not always inputs coming from only government, but to diversify the other sources where we can have inflows from, just to make sure that they have decent livelihoods. Because in fact, most of these people did not benefit from the kind of tiered pension system that we are having today. And there are deplorable situations in which they find themselves. And it is even also the reason why it is not just about money that people are going to receive, but also even healthcare. You can imagine somebody in Koforidua having to come all the way to 37 Military Hospital for surgery. Can there be arrangements between the 37 Military Hospital and the Koforidua Regional Hospital for such surgeries to be done, and then offsets are ensured, just to give our veterans the kind of dignity and appreciation that we have for the service that they rendered our nation? Thank you.
Thank you. I know for some time, Chairman, this is just a follow-up, that some of the civilian employees have not even received their pay slips, and it's a source of concern within that establishment, and I'll entreat you to look at it. Chairman, my second question. I'll go to my second question. You are the second medical doctor to be assuming...
You are no longer asking a supplementary question.
No.
Because you say civilian employees have not received their pay slip. Since when? You just left power.
Chairman, stop babysitting the nominee. Let me ask my question. This is babysitting from the chairman. Second medical doctor to assume the chair as Minister for Defense after Dr. Kwame Adokufo, who was the president of the Medical Council, Ghana Medical Association. He built the Defense Ministry under his tenure. I know a lot has also been done by previous administrations. The military is an institution where they are kind of very jealous with their ranks and positions and what have you. I know you to be a very strict person, but the military too, they don't compromise. You are going to be a member of the Armed Forces Council. The CDS's role is defined in the Constitution under Article 213 or so, thereabout. How sure are you, looking at your nature, are you going to be able to work with these officers who don't joke with their ranks, their positions, having been able to serve for over 20, 30 years, have risen to this level? And they say, Kofi Omane Boamah, this young man is coming to tell us to do this, like Niti, excuse my language, was also brought here as a young man to do. You know what I'm talking about. They need your assurance and cooperation, and they want to hear from you. I'm sure they are all watching you across the country and also abroad. So they want to know who Dr. Kofi Omane Boamah is, their new Minister of Defense.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Some of them are here. The service commanders are here, and that should be an indication of how even the collaborations have gone so far. Some former generals, including the former CDS, is also here. And so we will continue to engage in wide consultation. In fact, I'm not trained a military person. So all that I've said here, I credit them with this knowledge. And you'll be amazed the plethora of briefs that they have sent and the quality of the language, you'll be amazed. The good thing is that I've been with them before. I was with some generals when they were lieutenant colonels, and they risen all the way to that point. So be rest assured, medicine has a way of letting you fit in many situations, letting you face many challenges. And the same way that I treated them and their families with respect, with dignity, and with professionalism, whilst at 37 Military Hospital, they can be rest assured that when I was living 16, 17 years ago, I'm coming back even to do it bigger and better. Thank you.
Chairman, I don't have a follow-up on that, but I'll go to my last question. I was reading about the top 5 military trends in 2024. It included artificial intelligence, advanced defense equipment, Internet of Military Things, robotics and autonomy system, and big data analytics. Looking at our armed forces, which of these new trends fits into our armed forces? And I know you've been talking about modernizing our army, and I don't want to sit here to talk about our equipment base or whatever. We're sent to Akosombo with all the security personnel, and we're run through what we have. All the former security coordinators, defense officers, they were all there. We know our strength. But looking at where we sit today and what I just mentioned, what are you going to do to improve in the area of technology to enable our armed forces meet the current trends in military and defense strategies? Thank you, and I wish you the very best, Kofi.
Thank you very much.
I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Rocks. Oh, very well, very well.
Yes.
Is that a question?
Mr. Chairman, to be very brief, modernization of the military is something that will be on the front burner. Whilst we pursue that, we will also not fall into the trap of, if we are not having the sophistication that is needed, it means we are paralyzed. So we shall optimize what we have. And I must say, it's very limited if you are to look at the trends, what our neighbors are doing, and the fact that we have assets in our land borders, the sea borders, and all. For instance, as I sit here, when I think of the Kita and the Volta basins, they stretch or seem to be stretching to other countries. These are matters that may even bring border disputes and all. So modernization is critical. We will not look at the modernization just within the context of equipment and technologies, but even modernization, the human resource and accommodation and everything, because it is when we look at it holistically that we will be able to have more from less. Our budget is limited. We are in a very difficult economic situation, and that is why when I met them, I said we need to innovate. We need to look at even how we can projectize some of our projects to tap into climate funds, so that if we can show that we have this carbon credit to trade, we will be able to have some funds to finance the military. So all these will be on board. In talking about Galamsey, I made mention of the UAVs, some of them which can even be weaponized. They all fit into this. But I'll say that let's not let technology paralyze our military, because the force that we have, the expertise that they have, respected across the globe, there's so much that they are doing with the little that they have. I know they don't have the platforms to be able to fight some of the battles that they must engage in. But even there, you talk to them, and as ways of making up for the deficits, they sometimes even place naval officers on commercial vessels just so they can be able to protect some of these vessels and protect also our territorial integrity. So there are people who innovate a lot. There are people who, when supported, they will be able to do more for us. And so we will put all the balls in the air and ensure that our army is strengthened to be able to aggressively and timeously face any external aggressors. And if they also have to assist within our territory in ensuring law and order, they will do it professionally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to recognize Alassane Umar. Please be brief.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Omane Boamah, congratulations. I've known you for quite a while, and I worked with you to beautify Ghana and attracting companies, which are the BPO, business processing. The question, yes, Chairman, indulge me to thank him. We had an issue, and the issue was to build the Accra Digital City. The minister was anonymous, helped me when the police came after me. Yes, it even ended in court just to make Ghana work. After putting up a very nice, converting warehouses into grade A facility opposite Awudome Cemetery. Yes.
Honorable Umar, I hope after your story there will be no question.
The story, it ends with a question. I know Minister to be very detailed and is going to perform, is going to help the military, and he's going to reform, bring a lot of reform to the sector. Minister, I have just received this from Defense Civilian Staff of Ghana Armed Forces. Accordingly, they have expressed long-standing concerns about the removal of their risk allowances during the implementation of the single spine salary structure. All efforts with this government or authorities have failed. They want me to ask you, what will you help them to get it fixed? Thank you.
So it is not your question, but their question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This question has fiscal implications. And also, we will need to assess the salary structure that is pertaining as we speak now, to know how they arrived at the salary structure. Because sometimes in determining salary structure, some items are consolidated. For instance, during the ADHA days, additional duty allowance days, when the President Kufuor administration was doing away with the ADHA, they consolidated. So I'm not seized with the entire details of this. So with your approval, if I get to the ministry, I would want to engage my former colleagues, they are my former colleagues, because as a civilian employee of the Ministry of Defense, I want to engage my former colleagues, know exactly the mechanics and the dynamics, and then we will have an amicable resolution. Thank you. And thanks very much for the work that we did together to get Ghana the Accra Digital Center.
So please ask your last question.
Thank you. Minister, it's been observed that the military have been sometimes politicized, and especially having come out from these 2024 elections. In my constituency, people came in military uniform and they were not detailed to be there. The question I want to ask is, how will you enforce discipline and stop this politicization of our military? Thank you.
Thank you. It will be a collaborative effort. If you look at the Armed Forces Council, we have the civilians and we have the soldiers working together. And it's a reality that we have to confront and address. As I've said here, we need to give the National Election Security Task Force some strong parliamentary backing. When that is done, a soldier who is being sent out by an aberrant individual will know that there are consequences ahead. It doesn't mean that as we speak, there can be no consequences for such soldiers. And in this day and age, cameras are in our palms because of our phones. People may have such evidence, images of such soldiers. The National Election Security Task Force, led by the IGP, is reviewing the entire election security and what happened. Honorable, I urge you to submit such pieces of evidence to the IGP's office. And I believe it's when we are able to identify such aberrant soldiers that we will be able to protect the thousands that are decent and professional. Thank you.
I wish you well. Thank you.
I proceed to give the floor to Roxanne Nelson, the chair of the Honorable.
Doc, congratulations.
Thank you, Council.
Somebody asked me, why defense? I said, Doc can even serve as Governor of Bank of Ghana, and he will succeed. Now, I want a yes and answer to my questions so that we have too many military barriers when we are entering the Volta region. Too many, just too many. Will you consider reducing them when you take office?
Yes.
It's Volta region, it's not Western Togoland. Chairman, I'm being harassed by Boamah. Second, I have close affinity with the civilian staff of the military. And I'm aware that the 13th month bonus, Christmas bonus, they do get it, but these days it doesn't come. Will you consider reinstating it for them?
Yes, it will be considered.
Thank you. Now, finally, I come from a riverine constituency in the Volta region. I have arguably the longest stretch of the lakefront as a constituency in South Dine. I share my western boundary with Afram Plains North and my southwestern boundary with Afram Plains South constituency. There are thousands of people who live on islands that are days sail away from civilization. If you are moving from Adjei Island, for instance, to Germany, it takes you several days by boat. when there's a disaster, we are helpless. You can be rescued by another boat, which also takes hours. Will you consider getting a military helicopter dedicated for such emergencies and health rescue particularly in terms of bushfires, in terms of disaster on the lake, how the people can be lifted, those who are alive can be lifted out of water so they don't sink when they get tired after swimming. You know what I speak of. Will you consider an equipment of that nature?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
It's now the turn of Honorable Patricia Piaget, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Honorable, may I please find out from you if you are aware that we have an affirmative action Gender Equity Act in place?
Please. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And may I please ask, have you had a critical look at that act?
Not a critical look, but I've read bits and pieces of it.
How are you going to ensure the promotion of the women's agenda? So if you can let me have your clear initiative to ensure that women representation increases in your ministry. Thank you.
So, Chairman, in trying to analyze the Ghana Armed Forces from a gender lens, I also went into a bit of the history of the Ghana Armed Forces. And I found the Women Auxiliary Corps, that there used to be something like that. We can have a national discussion on this, and also with the advice of the military, because it's something that caught my eye and caught my attention, that this could be one of the ways that we can enhance the presence of women in the military. I know that the training is very rigorous, and so we may have to look at how it was done in the past. Those who can participate in the rigorous training may be categorized within a certain domain. And can we also have something along the lines of a Women Auxiliary Corps that can help improve the percentage of females within the Ghana Armed Forces? So in trying to do a gender perspective of the Ghana Armed Forces, this is one thing that caught my eye regarding the history of the Ghana Armed Forces. But I know the trained soldier will say that once you want to wear the uniform, you must be ready and willing to abandon all hopes of normal life. I know that is exactly what they will say. But I also see an opening, because at 37, professionals were sent on peace mission without necessarily going through the months of training before they went on the mission. So it means that the military can use the innovation that they have, if they really want to use it, to enhance the presence of women within the Ghana Armed Forces. It is something that is very dear to my heart, and we will engage them. I know it is going to be tough for them to agree, but we will have a win-win situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee, by your answer, I get the feeling that you go by the perception that women are weaklings and will not be couched to be in the military landscape. If I get it right.
Mr. Chairman, no, that is not it. But the truth is, there is a reason the 100-meter record for men and for women are different. When they are recruited or enlisted, they are not going to make exceptions. Ask them. The physical training, you see them, they have to go. And sometimes carrying of locks. I'm hearing the response from the soldiers. Carrying of locks. Women are carrying it and everything. So I'm saying that equity. Women are stronger than men in several aspects. How can the Ghana Armed Forces also take advantage of the things that women are stronger in? That will even weaken men at training. How can they take advantage? So it's going to be a very innovative kind of process. But I believe that when we bring in more people, we will be able to carve out a compromise position that does not compromise the security of even the women that we will be recruiting. And I draw on the fact that doctors and other professionals go on peace missions without necessarily going through the several months of training. Of course, we go through some limited training and then we are good to go.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I'm happy you mentioned that you haven't had a critical look at the affirmative action bill. But it's a clause 60 which enjoins every ministry to ensure the achievement of the attainment of equity. That is the 30-70. And that is the reason why I'm asking you how you're going to do it. Because it is very important. There's the general view out there that it is almost unachievable when we relate it to the service. But I believe you've given us a right answer by saying that you believe there are innovative ways of looking at the issue. But let's look at this issue critically. How will you work to eliminate barriers for women in taking up combat roles or other specialized areas within the armed forces?
Mr. Chairman, this is a very loaded question, and I don't know how long I have to deal with this. Because the barriers, if you are to look at it like a labyrinth, very, very long, right from childhood, all the way, from the time of menarche and all that, menstrual cycle, they all pose major barriers to women. And so it will take a concerted effort. And sometimes when I hear, oh, someone has broken the glass ceiling, I think it's an oversimplification of the issues that concern women and girls. Because whilst that person gets to that point of breaking the glass ceiling, we forget, that kind of narrative forgets about the many that fell apart and the many obstacles that we erect whilst these women are striving to achieve what they want to achieve. And even in this room, Parliament, let's check the dominance of men here. This brings to mind the need for us to take the act and have a serious national discussion about it, particularly NDPC, and how we can deliberately mainstream gender perspectives into everything that we do. I'm not a believer in the gender desk system where you just place a solitary person in a ministry as a gender person seen to that gender desk. If we can get policymakers at the top to imbibe gender perspectives, maybe President Mahama has shown the way. We have a vice president in Professor Adjei Kenneth Gilbert who will sit in cabinet, who in the absence of the president will be the acting president, will be chairing cabinet meetings in the absence of the president. And so you can understand that we will begin to have the rippling effect of gender perspectives coming from the top. Ending on the Ghana Armed Forces, fortunately, the vice president will be chairing the Armed Forces Council, and the vice president is a woman. So you can be rest assured that as we work with the soldiers to have a workable document, when placed before the Armed Forces Council, that will be chaired by the Vice President, Professor Jenano Opoku-Agyekum, we are likely to have favorable decisions being made from there. But we need to work together on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do appreciate that you have rightly showed the way. And that's why I want you to put on your gender lenses very well and look at all the areas that you need to address. It is important because we would not just pass the law and not see any good implementation of the various clauses in the law. It is important that we need to ensure that it doesn't turn into a document on the shelves, but ensure that we can. So I want each and every ministry to take note of that and then find out how best. Yours is the most difficult one. So I commend you for answers so far given, but I'll be taking a very critical look of how you perform under such circumstances. And how will the Ministry of Defense collaborate with other stakeholders to ensure that children in conflict-prone areas have access to safety, education, and good health care? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The professionalism of our soldiers is not in doubt. And we believe that so long as when we insert the soldiers in conflict-prone areas and we stick to the timelines for their rotations, they are not likely to be embedded for too long so that they may take sides. It is also the reason we need to ensure regional balance, that is equity in the recruitment and the enlisting, so that even in deployment, we are careful not to deploy soldiers who may take sides as they move. And we believe that once we are able to achieve this and also have facilities that can let children study and learn, even as conflicts are resolved amicably in their communities, we will be able to take care of them. Of course, it will not be like a peaceful place where there is no conflict, but at least they are not likely to be missing lessons in school, healthcare, and all. And so as we establish some of these bases, and there's a reason the forward operating bases are very important. When they are well developed, we can have MRS systems where basic ailments can be taken care of within these bases. And it is very, very likely that with physician assistants and good referral systems, if they have to be referring, they refer to the major hospitals. It is not just about education and health, even water. This is where the military, presently embarking on an industrial drive, can also look at how they can drill more boreholes across the country, all in a bid to enhance human security. And as we enhance human security, the people will begin to love the military even far more than they do love the military. And it is when we do more of the human security that they will appreciate exactly what the Ghana Armed Forces stands for and does for the nation. This is because, you know, sometimes when your doctor takes very good care of you and you don't fall sick, you don't appreciate what the doctor is doing for you. Because we have not been attacked, we may not be appreciating the efforts going into what we are experiencing, right from the Accra initiative and all. And so we need to balance the real combat situations with the human security aspect. And I believe a healthy blend of the two will let the populace appreciate that if you met a Major Mahama somewhere, you need to protect a Major Mahama. You don't need to kill a Major Mahama. He's been trained to defend you as a citizen. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. In dealing with the vulnerables, we know that in order to achieve the sustainable development goals, we are being urged to ensure that we include everybody. The mantra is leave no one out. How will you or how will your ministry promote the inclusion of persons injured in the line of duty? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are racing against time when it comes to sustainable development goals. 2030 has caught up with us. We have just 5 years to 2030. And if you look at the indicators, we have issues. Health for all is still a major issue. Issue of vulnerable, very, very critical. And the US, for instance, really pays attention to their vulnerable, including those who are injured during wars and all. Walter Reed is awash with a lot of those people, the Walter Reed Hospital. What we need to do is, what are their needs? They can begin to walk without necessarily walking like the way they were walking previously, but assisted to walk. And we have some of these facilities in the country. We can expand it. The military itself, I would say, has almost every profession in there. The military, as part of the industrial drive, can begin to set up such outfits to produce prostheses that can help such vulnerable people. Beyond that, there are other decent jobs that people who are vulnerable can take advantage of. And within the military itself are several of them, right from the hospitals, manning elevators, administrative work, and several other opportunities that we can avail to them. The local government ministry that also sees to the district assembly common fund would also have to assist such people. They may be soldiers, all right, but they live in communities. So in looking at local economic development, how do we channel local economic development programs to be able to support such vulnerable people. These are all issues that, knowing the nature of President Mahama and his readiness and willingness to assist such vulnerable people. A case in point was the amputees who went and won a cup somewhere last year, where he parted with a good sum of money just to support them. I'm very, very confident that working together as partners, and Parliament also ensuring that when the formula is being distributed, people with disability have their fair share, or if I may say, lion's share of that. That will help us very, very much, because we need to look at them. They were once like us. Permit my saying, just with one road traffic accident, anyone can be like them. And so we need to prepare to support them, whether they are veterans, whether they are serving soldiers, or whether they are civilians. Thank you.
Your answer, you've actually prompted me to ask this question, because as a minister, will you ensure that the defense budget incorporates gender-responsive allocation to address inequalities in the defense ministry?
Yes.
Thank you. You're right. And then finally, my final question. I know for a fact, and you also know for a fact, that currently in the country there's never been a female who has risen or ascended to the highest position in the military. But currently, I realize that there are some women at some other places. Would you promise me, or promise this House, that you are going to, at your term as a minister, you are going to ensure that some of these women are propped up and assigned to the position of the highest, which no one has ever ascended to? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the women in the military are there on merit, and if at any point in time, in terms of rank, that is being considered, and rank-wise, it is the right thing to do, is an advice that I will provide to the Commander-in-Chief himself. And he's the person who chose Vice President Adjei Kenneth Gilbert as his running mate. You can be sure he will be too glad to have such a feat.
That's what I mean. They have really gotten to a place where they can be promoted to ascend to the highest position. Anyway, thank you very much. I know that given the nod, you are going to assist or support the progress of women in the defense service. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will recognize Honorable George Kweku Ricket Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, Dr. Omane Boamah, congratulations. I know you do a good job. First of all, I would like to, on behalf, I'm sure my chairman will do that, but as a vice chairman, I would like to apologize for the time that you have been here, for no fault of yours, earlier challenges that we had. I'm only going to ask you one question, because I don't want to prolong your time here. Question is a bit, I just want your view. Obviously, matters of defense are sensitive in nature, but I'm interested in knowing about the defense budget I realized that in the last, at least since 2020, the COVID period, to 2024, the military or the defense budget has basically been declining for the last 4 years. And then as a percentage of GDP, it's actually quite small compared to, other countries. Now, we've attempted to buy certain military equipment. I wouldn't like to, name them for obvious reasons. And I'm wondering, we are in a very difficult economic situation, as you know, in terms of fiscal space, in terms of debt levels. I know that the army is there to protect us, the frontiers of Ghana, of Ghanaians, and we need to make sure that they have the resources and well equipped to do that, including the use of modern technology. But what is your view? Is the military currently adequately funded? I mean, I know with everything, people ask for more money. But in your view, I know you haven't been there yet, but of course, I know you, before you came here, you've done some research. In your mind, and this is a view, is the army, or just make it defense, adequately funded to protect this country when the need be? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. When one of the best finance brains in the country is asking you a question about financing, you have to sit well. I try to use evidence to back my conclusions. And the temptation is there for everyone to say we are not adequately funded. So I went beyond what was inadequate funding. Unfortunately, I and Honorable Kandapa were the co-chairs for the Security and Public Safety Committee of the transition. So if you look at the dwindling capacity, and for good reasons, I don't want to mention any of that. If you look at the dwindling capacity, it's clear that we need to do more. We need to do more. And we need to be careful as a country, because the descent of terrorists is real. The derivatives of Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb, ISIS and all, and even in this country, even though we've not experienced terrorist attack, evidence suggests that one or two people once moved to join ISIS. If this has happened, it should tell you indoctrination may even be happening somewhere. If we begin to look at the budget within this context, then we will understand why, even though we need water, even though we need higher salaries, even though we need more roads, even though we need A, B, C, blah, 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 we need to spend more on our defense systems. But we also have to be innovative in the financing. We may have to, and I believe, move away from buying at once, let's say $100 million, $150 million, or $200 million. Can we begin to go into more structured financing where it is spread over longer periods? Particularly if we are going to be committed to it and meeting our debt obligations, that can assure them, because they know the credibility of Ghana's army. Ghana Armed Forces is not going anywhere. And so if we are buying an equipment for them, particularly if we dovetail it into the wet lease system of peace support operations, there is so much that we can have. Through that, we can have more casas to transport our troops and also to transport others. Through that, we can also have a jet that can not just carry the executive, but also the legislature, the judiciary, and other aspects of our nation when the need arises. Through that, we can also improve on the platforms that we have for our military to take action, either on the sea or in terms of having more air assets for our Air Force. Because otherwise, as we speak, we have a 3-star general heading the Air Force. But I'm sure you know, go into the air assets that we have. It's not good for our country. It's not good for our security. It's not good for our safety. We need to double up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I did say I will ask one question, so I'll stick to that. I know that we'll have opportunity in the future to have more constructive and progressive discussions on military funding in this country. I know you do well. I wish you well. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now proceed to give the floor to the ranking member and the minority leader.
Honorable nominee, thank you for spending time with us on this vetting. Please, let's go to page 3 of your CV. Please, can I proceed? Please, you have the leadership positions held. And the last on the list, if you may read it aloud. If you may read the last one aloud.
Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
Yeah. President Cadet Commandery 403 of Knights of St. John International, 1994 to 1996.
Are you a member of this, the Knights of St. John's order?
I was part of the Cadet Commandery. That is the younger ones, but I didn't progress to the senior level.
So, let's stay there a bit. At that level, so was it a fraternity of the Catholic order? The Knights of St. John, was it a fraternal order?
It is an association in the Catholic Church, just like we have the Charismatic Renewal, just like we have Knights of Marshall, just like we have St. Vincent de Paul. Knights of St. John is also an association within the Catholic Church.
So it's a fraternal order within the church?
I don't know the operational definition that you are giving to fraternal order. That's why I'm sticking to an association. It's a society within the church.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. So, in that order, in that society, what were you taught?
At the cadet level, we were taught discipline, being time conscious, values of Christianity, fellow feeling, love for one another, and the military drills that we went through, because it's a paramilitary society that we went through, also helped to shape us. We also had a lot of drama events that we performed at St. George Cathedral. And it also helped us, even a public speaking wise. We also went on programs where people from different commanderies came together. We all met in Asamankese. That time, the Accra and the Koforidua dioceses, we all came together as young people and served God, learned a lot, engaged in quizzes, and also played together.
You would agree with me that membership was not open to everybody?
So long as you are a Catholic and you fall within that age bracket, it's open to you. When you mature, you then can move to the senior level. And it's something that one day I will progress into.
Is there a process of initiation to enable you join at the senior level?
At the senior level?
Yes.
I haven't joined, so I'm unable to tell.
How would you react to a person who does not know about the value system in the Night of St. John and denigrates same? How would you react?
Night of St. John, we are taught the values of Christ, Christ-like, tolerance. And so we will take such criticisms in our stride, and if there's the opportunity to educate them, like this huge platform is giving me the opportunity to share what we were taught, I will definitely share such thoughts with such a person.
So you agree with me that those who do not belong to this society and this order would not know the tenets of this order, correct?
I mean, so
you need to belong to know. If you don't, you are not a member, you wouldn't know. You agree with me?
I mean, unless you're a medical doctor, you are not likely to know the nitty-gritties of what we do.
Look, I want to be very short with you. Just like Dr. Fiamakpo, my respected classmate, said. Just go straight to the point, because I know some of your guys are anxious. I would be as short as possible with you if you just stay to the course. What I'm saying is that those who are not members of this fraternity within the Catholic Church would not know a tenet, correct?
They will know some of them, but not all.
Let me stay there briefly with you. It is not open to everybody, correct?
It is
outside of the church.
No,
you must first be a Catholic. And being a Catholic, you must elect to be part of it.
Yes.
It's not the only society in the Catholic Church.
No.
So if you are not a member of that society, you wouldn't know its value system and practices. You would agree with me?
Because we do membership drive, we share some of these value systems. And I remember even those days in Pope John, I mean...
So my point is that if you are not a member, or you've not had the benefit of knowing the values of the society, you wouldn't know.
Exactly. Just
simple.
Like any other
That's
thing.
the point.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me understand you on your employment history. Page 2 of your CV. Let me know when you get there. You're there. So, item 2, you didn't number it, but the point 2, policy advisor and political strategist to President John Dramani Mahama, 2017 to 2024. Were you on salary? Were you paid?
No.
Very well. As private medical practitioner, Afra International Hospital, 2019 to 2022, was it on salary?
Not on salary, but on there was compensation, but not on like monthly salary as had been structured.
So were you working in and performing some services and being paid?
No. For the periods that I worked, I could work, let's say, for 1 month, sometimes 2 months, and then it will be accumulated and paid.
How were you paid?
I don't understand your question. How?
I mean, you said that there was some compensation, not salary per se. You said not salary per se, the monthly salary. That's what you just said.
Yes.
Right, but you were paid.
Yes.
Were you paid on the table, cash on the table, or they paid through your account direct transfer, or they issued you a check anytime the employer needed to pay you?
It was paid directly.
Cash on the table, you mean?
Not cash on the table. Cash in envelope.
Cash in envelope?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, you would agree with me? You would agree with me? Dr. Kwame, are you a free? The nominee, who is your cousin, is on oath. And you are having a convo with him. And honorable nominee, my respected friend, you are on oath. You are supposed to stay away from all external convo. Is that okay? Very well. Now, you would agree with me that since you were receiving your salary, your compensation, your pay in an envelope, cash in an envelope, you would agree with me that you wouldn't know whether your employer was paying your tax or not.
I wouldn't know, but I have no reason to doubt that the employer will not pay.
Have you, within the period 2019 and 2022, did your employer, Afra International Hospital, furnish you with evidence of payment of taxes on your behalf?
No.
Given the opportunity, would you furnish this committee with proof of your taxes being paid for the period 2019 to 2022, where you, as Dr. Omane Boamah, had to receive your salary in an envelope, cash on the table in an envelope?
Definitely, since it's the responsibility of the employer, I can contact the employer. And if that is what you need, definitely.
It's statutory. It's not that what I need, with respect. Yeah. I mean, when we work, we're supposed to pay. It's our duty to pay taxes.
Yeah.
And you are coming into public service. That's why you stated it on your CV. That's why I'm doing this inquisition.
Yeah.
So it's not that I need. The state needs it. Now, let me move to the next point. If I understand your CV, page 2, correctly, you are saying that the last time you were gainfully employed was November 2022, correct?
Not necessarily. And I take it as, if not well structured, it will be as if I had no income from December 2022. I had. And because I'm directly responsible for that, I even have documents to prove the tax aspect of that.
Doc, I'm taking it step by step. On your CV, point 1 on your CV, you have told this honorable committee that you worked between 2019 to November 2022. In fact, for the 2019, you did not provide us which month you started working with AFRA. Would you be able to provide us with the month you started working?
I'll check it.
Very well. That's fair. Now, in this employment, were you given a letter of appointment? Were you given a letter where your conditions of service were spelled out? Were you?
I was given a letter of appointment, and let me capture the context very well for you. It was a very teething hospital that I had to provide my service to support them to stand on their feet. And so, even at the initial stage, it was subsequently that the payments commenced. But I was okay because it was a service that I was rendering. It helped me also to sharpen my skills, not to go stale as a medical doctor, while still serving my party. So yes, there was a letter of appointment along the line as a practitioner there. What I recall is the exact details of it, but I believe if I go through.
So if you say you received an appointment letter along the line, are you suggesting to this honorable committee that ab initio you were not issued with an appointment letter, which letter would have to trigger a commencement of
Initially no, but the evidence abounds because a lot of the clinical work that we did were computerized. So if you want confirmation of my practice, you can find it directly on the digital platforms of the hospital.
Okay, Doc, so let's go back. On the November, you said you ended your employment in November. And I was asking you that from November 2022 up until now, have you been employed by any entity again, or that your services at AFRA International extended beyond November?
No, it didn't. And it was because around that time I needed to help my party organize a national congress, and then after that also we had our presidential primaries. I couldn't
that's fair enough. That's
the
fair.
time, and subsequently became director for elections and IT.
Doc,
and so I didn't
that's fair enough. That's fair enough. So let me ask you this. So you will agree to the suggestion that your work as director of IT was not an employment, correct?
I won't see it as an employment unless you want to construe it that way.
Let me qualify. Did you earn any salary, or were you being paid any allowance as a director of IT?
Occasionally.
Were you paying tax on that allowance?
I paid subsequently.
What do you mean by you paid subsequently?
I've addressed all my tax obligations.
Take it easy. Doc, you know, take it easy. I don't want us to make it clumsy. I don't want us to be all over the place. Take it easy. I want us to deal with the issue step by step. You know, you're going to be our defense minister. Just step by step. Employment is employment. And I want to know from you that after flag bearership, January to December 2023, January to December 2024, were you doing any work of which you were earning salary or that you were being paid allowances?
Yes, and I have answered that as Director for Elections and IT, occasionally we were given allowance. And I've also added that for that period, 2023 and 2024, I have ensured that the requisite taxes have been paid.
I'm saying that.
But I know where you are going.
No,
That is why I'm.
Doc. Easy with me.
And it's here.
Chairman, you know that I have my good friend seated to your right. Please take it easy. Let's pick one at a time, so that we can end this thing quickly. I beg of you.
Yeah.
Is that okay? All right. Now, between 2023 and 2024, you are telling this committee that your earnings, the only thing you earn, came from your job as Director of IT at your party headquarters, where you were being paid occasional allowance. Is correct?
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, this is where there was a need for me to explain this. I don't know what you see as earnings per your definition. But for instance, I have investment which I earned from, some of which have been affected by the haircut, the financial haircut. You understand? So I put all these together as my earnings, not just the limited occasional allowance that we had. And that's why I said, I know where you are heading. Because if you don't understand the question, I don't even attempt to answer it. I knew where you were heading. And that's why I said, for 2023 and 2024, that I had that personal responsibility to pay on what I was earning for those years. I have satisfied my tax obligations.
Honorable nominee.
And the committee has the tax clearance certificate before us.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable nominee. You've provided me with some additional information on your investment, which has suffered from haircuts. We'll deal with that separately. But let me ask you, the allowances that you are receiving, occasional allowances that you were receiving as Director of IT from your party headquarters, were these allowances being paid into your account, or it was also in an envelope tabletop?
So, Chairman, it was not paid into my account.
How did you receive it?
I normally will keep it with my directorate, and then as and when I have to spend from it, I authorize.
So you were receiving it cash? In other words, cash? Because these were allowances.
Interestingly, I never went to even receive it myself on any occasion. So I will not be able to tell. But what I know is that whenever I wanted an expenditure effected on my behalf, I will instruct and it will be spent via Momo.
Okay, so you were receiving occasional allowance. This allowance that you received, which was an earned allowance, you had earned it, it's an income. Did you find out from your party, the director of finance of your party, whether these allowances that were paid you, per chance, they deducted taxes from it?
No.
Given the opportunity, would you want to furnish us with evidence of taxes being deducted from these allowances from your party headquarters?
Yes, if it's available.
Now, do you know how much in total, 2023, 2024, you earn by way of allowances that were paid you?
I wouldn't know. I would have to check.
Okay. So we are dealt with the 2023-2024. On record, you are saying that though you received some allowances, these allowances, you never picked them directly. You normally left them with the directorate, and as and when you needed, some same was transmitted to you via Momo, correct?
Not to me.
To spend, okay. So these allowances that you earn, you ended up spending them on party activities, correct?
Some on party activities, some also on other
benevolence?
people. Yes, on other people who
benevolence.
On other people who depend on
needed on supports. All right. Now, so we have dealt with one leg of it. Now let's come to the information you volunteered, though it's not on your CV. Your other assets. You're saying that you have some investment, and these investments suffer some haircuts, and that you have some earnings. May I know from you, in the year 2023, how much you earned on your investment?
Chair, I wouldn't be able to sit here, and I believe the honorable member cannot answer same for
I'm not on oath, with respect. I'm not on oath. I'm not on oath
to answer this accurately.
Doc,
and because I'm on oath, I wouldn't want to give a figure that I would not be able to.
Right, so that is fair.
Yeah.
That is fair. I wouldn't overstretch it. So, given the opportunity, Chairman, given the opportunity, will you be able to furnish this committee with how much you earn in 2023 from your investment? Would you be able to furnish us with it?
Yes, I will.
2024.
Republic Bank.
2024. Did you earn some income on your investment?
Yes.
Given the opportunity, would you be able to? Very well. Now, in your tax assessment, did the Ghana Revenue Authority have the opportunity of knowing all that you had earned by way of investment income?
Yes.
Please, since you have your tax returns with you, that's now, it's a one-page document. Do you have it with you, please? You've stated there, 2023, turnover 34,858. It is stated there.
Yes.
Turnover 34,858. Chargeable income 34,858. Is it the case that you provided these figures to GRA, or they sifted same from the document you provided?
I have a tax person who helps me to do it. So I provided the information, and then this was the assessment that was made.
Which information specifically?
The earnings and everything all put together.
Through your bank statement, you mean?
Through the the earnings from the bank, that is 2024, 2023, and also a fair idea of what I had instructed to be spent from the support that the party had given me in terms of allowance.
So do I take it that the 2023 assessment is a combination of your investment with Republic Bank and the allowances that you earn from the party headquarters, correct?
Exactly.
Same to 2024,
exactly.
Correct? Very well.
That's what I was trying to explain initially.
Yes, but I have to ask you, then you provide the answer. Is that fair?
Yes.
Very well. Are you able to furnish us with the details of this investment as you've referred to?
Yes, I can.
Doc, have you had the opportunity to talk to Honorable Dominic Nito?
Yes, because we served on the transition committee together, and I had to also, as chairperson for 2 subcommittees, I had to also sit in as chair for the infrastructure subcommittee, and he was the chairperson there. So we co-chaired that, and subsequently we also discussed the Ministry of Defense when my appointment was announced.
Per your date of birth, you were 75 born, correct?
True.
And per the public records of Honorable Nito, he's a 1977 born. I'm disclosing that to you.
He's my junior brother.
I'm saying that he's a 77 born. So, with the benefit of that, what inspiration do you draw from him? He being younger your age, but having successfully managed the ministry for 8 years. How does that inspire you as you get into the ministry? How does that inspire you?
I don't think I would want to engage in ageism, as in young person or old person. Look, young people in this republic have served our nation very well. Old people have also served our nation very well. And the converse is true. Some young people have also performed terribly, and some old people have also performed terribly. So I always don't like it when we try to frame appointment of young people around their ages, and then when it comes to appointing old people, we seem to think that is okay.
Relax, you are not in a box. You are not in the box. Back to your CV. You have item 3 on page 2 of your CV. Ministry of Communication, February 2013 to January 2017. Then, next one, spokesperson to the President of the Republic of Ghana and minister responsible for information, July 2014 to January 2017. Please clarify that for us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The evidence speaks for itself. Between 2013 and 2017, I was the Minister for Communications. So for the entire 4 years, I was the Minister for Communications. Between July 2014, that is 1.5 years after becoming Minister for Communications, Ministry of Information and the responsibility to speak for the President was added to my portfolio. And so that also lasted up to January 2017. So if you put these two, let's say, on a time scale, you realize that the Ministry of Communications one will start, and then the information one will be 1.5 years afterwards. But they all terminated at the same point, January 2017, specifically 6th of January.
Which means that within the period, the Information Ministry was collapsed.
It was realigned. It was merged with the Ministry of Communications.
Doc, when your party was enacting its manifesto, did you play any role in the enactment regarding the defense policy of the manifesto?
Yes, because, and it's not just in 2024, since 2004, I've always had the privilege, whether directly at the committee level or after the document is put together, to review the entire document. And I remember very well, in reviewing the 2024 one, I was far away in London when the document was sent to me, and I reviewed it.
So you were not actively part, so to speak?
Actively part how? To review an entire document is a very laborious and energy-sapping job. So it was a very active process.
So what you're suggesting to this committee is that you were being prepared for this portfolio from what you just saying?
I was asked to review the entire manifesto. Mr. Chairman, that could mean I was being prepared.
The entire manifesto?
Yes.
Okay. No. That's what I'm saying.
For.
Wait. You see, Doc, earlier I said, take it easy, you are not in the box. Perhaps you didn't understand me. You see, I am asking you very specific questions to enable us make progress and finish quickly. You may have to pay attention to the specifics. When you do general, then I may have to do some follow-ups. You get what I mean? So please, you pay attention. Let's deal with the defense policy of your manifesto. Mm-hmm. I'm saying that the enactment of the defense policy in your manifesto, were you part of that enactment?
Can you explain? Are you saying that was Dr. Omane Boamah a member of the defense subcommittee of the manifesto committee?
It is so.
Thank you. No.
Since your nomination was sent to Parliament, have you had the opportunity to engage the Defense Ministry and its hierarchy?
Yes, I've had the opportunity, and I've also had the opportunity to engage members of our defense subcommittee of the NDC manifesto.
Please share with us. I believe they've taken you through an 8-year of an administration, the ups and downs. Share with us the success stories they shared with you during this debriefing.
Mr. Chairman, one, we've been able to sustain no terrorist attack within the territory of Ghana, which is good for our country. By the time we were leaving office, there had not been any such attack. And as we speak, there has also not been any such attack. Great for our country. Again, in terms of embarking on the modernization of the army, the Ghana Armed Forces, we've seen increased recruitment. Of course, right here around this table, challenges like regional balance and the need to ensure equity and all those things have also been raised. And gender mainstreaming. That is also something that I would say was shared. Then the FOBs, that is the forward operating bases that are being constructed. Unfortunately, implementation has not matched the intention behind it, and that is something that I will pursue critically if I'm given the nod. Then, in terms of modernization efforts, were being made to procure some naval vessel, but intention is one thing, being able to operationalize it. And I believe because of the terrible economic situation, so it became difficult for the government to be able to procure it. And so we believe that governance is a continuum. And when we say we want to modernize the Ghana Armed Forces, it is not just a one-off thing. It's not an event. It will take the incremental additions that successive governments will be engaging in to be able to get our country's armed forces to the level that it must be. And then, if I may add, also the alternate to 37 military hospital, that is also being considered. I have not seen it physically, so I cannot tell the stage where it is, financing arrangements and everything. But at the right time, I believe Parliament will be seized with the right facts about them.
So you've outlined 7 success stories that at least the ministry has shared with you as achievement for the past 8 years. You've also said that on the terrible economic situation has affected one particular item.
In fact, it cuts through.
Right, it cuts through. All right. Now, in terms of our military, in your briefing, did you come across any information to the effect that the men and women in uniform are owed salaries because of the economic situation we find ourselves, whether they are owed, their salary payment is not up to date. Was there any such information?
I didn't inquire about that. That is something that we can ascertain.
Given the opportunity, would you want to ascertain and get this committee to know?
I believe this is information that Parliament even will have much more power to derive it than a minister designate. It is even out of courtesy and in advancement of our democracy that a ministry will entertain a minister designate. So if Parliament wants to know whether there are salary arrears regarding the military, it will be good for Parliament to request. Unfortunately, there's a finance minister in place. Maybe through that channel, you'll be able to have good responses.
Honorable nominee, you are the sector minister designate. You've received briefing, and obviously the income, the salaries of soldiers, such a critical thing, is not something to be taken for granted. I'm saying that, don't you think that if November or December were to be outstanding, you would have been told in the briefing?
It's my value judgment that you are seeking to derive on something that the answer should be factual. So I'm saying that if Parliament wishes to know this, Parliament should write to the appropriate quarters. I cannot sit here and pass a value judgment of the many things that were discussed, how they should have prioritized that. I don't want to go in that direction. What if I think so, and it ends up that that my thinking may not be the exact situation? So I'm pleading.
Well, question asked and answered. Let's make progress. Honourable member.
Honourable nominee, my next set of questions will be anchored on some documents. To be fair to you, I've made copies and I've actually labeled them, and I have sets of questions, and I'm giving that to you, those documents to you. I have those sets of documents. So with the leave of chairman, we'll pass it through the clerk so that you have it, and then we'll do some exercise on that. Is that fair?
Please do.
Chairman.
No, nominee is supposed to see. No, absolutely. Some statement is okay. So I read it. No, don't need to see what. Some one media publication. It's not attributed. An exhibit form. It's a minority that they know. It's a large. So, Honorable Minority Leader, you do us a favor, the particular one that you are referring to. You draw the nominee's attention to it so that he can also be on the same page with you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Let's. I've numbered them, please. Okay. Please, let's deal with number 6, please.
6 series of 6.
Please, are you there with me? On number 6, was that document authored by you, please?
The MPP stopped spreading fake news from the Flagstaff House. We know the Boamah campaign admits J.D. Mahama will win the December 7 elections. The NDC is not complacent. J.D. Mahama is focused on winning with 2/3 majority in parliament. MPP fixed Dumso and the economy. Yes.
Now, let's deal with line 1. Line 1, first sentence.
No.
At the time you wrote this, was there any such place called Flagstaff House?
Mr. Chairman, it is only by the good nature of President Mahama that his administration has sustained the name as Jubilee House. Otherwise, by now, the name would have been changed to Flagstaff House again. We all knew the place as Flagstaff House. So if you are referring to the seat of the president, that is Jubilee House, then that was referring to the Jubilee House. But everybody knows in this country, and this is not an official document. This is social media. If I write Flagstaff House, everybody knows exactly where I'm referring to.
Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, you are on oath. I'm asking you a very simple question. That from this post, was there any place by Flagstaff House? If you want to say that you were referring to Jubilee House, say so.
Yes, I was referring to Jubilee House.
Very well.
Mr. Chair, but isn't it interesting that the 2/3 majority in Parliament, okay, is something that if I discuss today, I must be a very good poster. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good poster indeed.
Chairman, if you are encouraged by what the nominee would want to veer into, and I take him there, don't again say that time. I have asked him a very simple question, and I've moved away. If now that is the style of the nominee, there's no problem. I would want us to get in there. Well, I don't really mind the invitation. Let's come to number 2. Read for me the first sentence. Read for me the first sentence.
Lest we forget. Yes, you labeled this as number 2.
Yes, it's there.
Yes. Lest we forget.
Move with to the second one.
The MPP sloganeers of Ghana Beyond Aid afflicted Ghanaians with unprecedented unemployment and choking national debt, leading to pensioners demonstrating. Yeah.
Do you stand by that?
True. I stand by it.
Very well. That's fine. Did you author criminal MPP collaborating with some criminally minded officials?
Which document are you
still on to?
Unfortunately, I don't have that here. That is not on the two I have. Okay, so if we can have this. So the two are, now let's name 1, 2 alpha, 2 beta, so that we can have different twos. Because I have 2 of the twos now.
The one that was just brought to you, let's focus on that one.
Yeah.
You identify that as your document, a document that you authored.
Yes.
Read for me the first paragraph or first sentence.
Criminal MPP collaborating with some criminally minded officials to register minors in Ashanti region. A minor with Ghana card.
The first sentence.
That read, criminal MPP collaborating with some criminally minded officials to register minors in Ashanti region.
Do you stand by that?
That was a report I received, and at that time they even sent the photos and the NIA card of the minors. It was during the registration exercise. It was our team that were going around that brought the report. Mr. Chairman, there is no way I'll put out information that is not coming from a credible source. At best, that a credible source may get it wrong. But in this case, they sent the images of the Ghana card and images of the children to us. That was it. Because I have always maintained that there is always so much that you could use against your opponent, particularly the MPP administration that just left office. So there's no need to dabble in rhetorics that could not be verified. I was the very person who pursued for 7 months the chunk of ballot papers that were arrested on the 7th of December. I have the evidence how I authorized the operation the 6th of January around 10 p.m. and how I finally authorized the operations around midday of the 7th of December. And it proved to be true. So I'm saying that I will never concoct something. Never.
Please, you've answered the question. Any further question?
Did you verify the supposed information to ascertain its authenticity prior to authoring what you authored?
Thank you very much. At that time, we had all, with great effort, demanded even NIA to even publish district by district issuance of Ghana cards. NIA wouldn't budge. Where was I to verify this from? if your officers on the ground have sent you the evidence that this is Ghana card, a minor that is being registered. If I could have any other way of verifying, why not? I would have. But I had no doubt about it. And I'm saying that all the sources, including theft of biometric voter registration kits from the headquarters of the Electoral Commission, I got them from sources.
Honorable nominee, the question has been answered. Let's make progress. Honorable nominee, try as much as possible to avoid repeating the answers. Just go straight to provide an answer to the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Doc.
Lawyer.
The criminal NPP, that statement, if somebody, MPP, does not operate in name, MPP operates through individual party members and leaders. In your earlier answer, trying to justify what you wrote, you said, among other things, that your officers on the ground gave you some feedback and you had no reason to doubt them. Were they able to provide you with names of individuals who, according to them, were involved in this criminal act?
Yes, at the time, they did. It's unfortunate, I mean, like we all do, I cannot trace back to get those details. But if my memory serves me right, I can even mention the particular constituency where that thing was taking place.
Honorable nominee, there's no need to mention the particular constituency, so let's make progress.
So you do not really have available to you the names of those individuals who were involved in this criminal act that you refer to in your post?
At this time, I don't. At the time, I did. Because I've dealt with far more critical issues, data of corrupted voters, register files, and all those things. At the time, I did. At this time, no.
Can we go to 3?
Is this 3?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Has it been marked 3?
Yes, it's been marked 3.
What is the headline there? Can you read?
Omane Boamah condemns MPP's liberal land looters.
Did you write that NPP had looted state land? Did you write that?
Yes, I did.
Tell us the basis of your assertion that MPP had looted state lands.
The basis is that the lands are administered by a government. The lands are administered by a government. And from the narration of the people who were trying to take possession at 2 a.m., they had claimed it was theirs. Who else can give the land to them apart from the government of the day?
Doc, I've known you for some time.
Very long time.
And I know what is a political statement and what is a statement of fact. In the story, referring to Ghana International School, the security, and the fact that somebody followed that tipper truck to pour some gravels and all. In all fairness, is there anything stating that the person had actually acquired the land from the state and that person is an MPP?
I think you are, no, but I think you are taking it as, when we say a land looter, it is just the one who is going to benefit from it, a beneficiary. No. No.
Educators, I'm happy. In fact, I want us to delve into this and stay here for a little while. No problem.
In fact, I think when it comes to land looting, we, the politicians in office who sit and allow this unconscionable enterprise to happen are more looters than even those who benefit from it.
Honorable nominee, are you familiar with Cantonment? Very well.
I've lived there for 7 years, so I should be from 2010 all the way to 2016. Yeah, so 2016, 2017. So I'm familiar with cantonments.
Are you familiar with how land transactions between the state and private persons take place? Are you familiar with it?
I don't know the extent that you are alluding to, so I will not be able to say yes.
Are you familiar with Ridge?
Yes, at least. We all drive past Ridge. So, yes.
You are aware that in the Ridge area, we have state lands there. You are aware?
Yes.
You are aware that in the Roman Ridge area, we have state lands there?
Yes.
You are aware that in the Laboni Cantonment Enclave, we have state lands?
Cantonments, yes. Laboni, maybe Laboni Secondary School, yes. I don't know about any other places where we may have at Laboni.
So, this looting, and you've emphasized something there, the looting of state land by politicians
in office.
In office, it's unconscionable for politicians to. I mean, complete that. I just want you to provide.
I'm not
clarity.
sure I'll be able to evoke the exact words, and since I'm under oath, so maybe the table office can get that. But you can summarize it to capture the import of what I meant.
On what basis did you relate GIS land? GIS itself acquiring the land from the state, by the way. You are aware of that? Because that area where GIS is situated, and all the lands that GIS as an institution owns are state land that GIS has acquired. Do you know that?
I don't know that as a fact.
So if you don't know that as a fact, on what basis would you conclude that somebody alleging, GIS alleging that portions of its land being taken by a Ghanaian or an individual amount to NPP looting land in cantonment?
I think you are basing your discussion on what Ghana Web I published. the source was not just Ghana Web about this discussion. So don't restrict yourself to just what Ghana Web published. It was about allocation, that it had been allocated, and that is why the individuals had gone there at 2 a.m. to do what they were doing. Ghana Web here is only publishing my post and adding what I will call their editorial aspect to the post. So we need to separate where.
So read aloud your post. Let's deal with your post. Let's forget about Ghana Web. Let's deal with your post. Read aloud your post.
Unfortunately, my post is not even here. It's just the headline. The actual post is not here. The entire thing becomes a story, and even Ghana Web sources it to a different media house. So we need to distinguish.
Doc, I know you to be a very sincere person.
Very, very.
And I respect you for that. You are under oath. You see, read the entire document. Read everything. Read everything.
The Director of Elections and IT for the Opposition National Democratic Congress, Dr. Omane Boamah, has condemned what he described as the activities of land looters under the current New Patriotic administration. His comments come after an attempted land grab at JIS in Cantonments, Accra, was foiled by the school's security team and local police. Mr. Boamah, in a Facebook post dated September 5, 2024, praised the school's management for standing firm against what he termed liberal land looters. The incident reportedly occurred in the early hours of Saturday, August 29, 2024, when a tipper truck loaded with sand arrived at the school property's gate at around 2 a.m., attempting to dump its load on the land. Franklin Ponsa Mensah, principal of GIS, recounted that the school's security personnel acted swiftly and called in the Cantonments police for support. A plainclothes individual driving a Toyota Camry with registration number ER 29723 also arrived on there's something that is missing, insisting that the truck be allowed to enter that is also missing, but they capture everything here. Also arrived on the scene, insisting that the truck be allowed to enter the property. Okay. However, the combined efforts of the school's security team and police officers prevented the unauthorized entry and potential illegal takeover of the land. Expressing gratitude to the security team and police, Mr. Boamah condemned the brazen attempt to seize the property. This is also obfuscated, but it's repeated here. Expressing gratitude to the security team and police, Mr. Boamah condemned the brazen attempt to seize the school's property. And then they quote me, but they have put something there and quoted. It's not like this. This one I can identify.
Doc.
So they.
Doc. Did the publication misquote any aspect of your post?
Honorable, this is as far back as September 2024.
Yes, please.
And under oath, I will not. Look, if I see this,
Honorable nominee,
I know that this is
honorable nominee. Take it easy.
So I wouldn't know.
When you are reminded that you are under oath, the question that followed is read your posts. And your response was to the effect that this is not your post.
No, this is not like my Facebook
post. So now, what I will want to do is that if the Honorable Ranking is having your post that he wants you to read, different from what they have written somebody has written based on your post, then he can also read your post louder.
No, the thing is, if it had come, let's say, if this...
Yeah, I understand that this is somebody's story based on your post, but this is actually not your post.
I wouldn't be able to tell if what is in quotation marks,
yes,
all of it is attributed to me.
To you, but this is not your post. That is why I'm saying that if he by chance have your post as a result of which this publication was made by another person, then he should be dealing with you regarding your post, but not what somebody has written based on your post. Because in effect, you are not the author of that. Are you the author of that? What you've read, are you the author?
The entire document, no.
Yes.
It's a journalist writing. Taking leave from...
Thank you very much. Let's make progress.
Honorable nominee, do you disagree with the content of the publication, which publication refers to your 5th September Facebook post? Do you disagree with the content?
I don't have a disagreement with the content.
Then I shall proceed to put you the necessary questions since you don't disagree with it. So this is the point I want to make. The issue between that so-called claimant to part of the GIS land, the issue between that claimant who was claiming part of GIS land, which came to your attention, that very matter of somebody claiming GIS land and all, how does that relate to MPP looting?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have said here that such acquisitions or illegal acquisitions, okay, the person must be a very bold investor to want to go and take GIS land without some authorization. But if for the purposes of today, you want to say that because it was a private person going to take GIS's land, so I should not have linked it to the MPP, I can understand you. But we can always get to the bottom of this matter to know who that person is and whether the person was even acting on behalf of someone, and know the processes that led to that bold invasion of GIS's land at 2 a.m. So I can understand what you are saying, that the person is a private person acting on his own without any authorization from any government, without any documentation from any government, but the person just went and decided to take over part of GIS's land. If that is the view that is being expressed, then I agree with you that I should not have added MPP to it.
Especially so, Honorable Nominee, when the person moved in at 2 a.m. But when you are dealing with a matter and your respected friend or brother sincerely proceeding in a path, you don't litigate. And I would say that your honest admission that it was inappropriate to have linked MPP to it, I would not pursue. No, some of your guests are participating in this process, so let us spend a little time there. Chairman, Honorable Nominee, do you concede that the subject matter resulting in your post was inappropriate to the extent that you linked it to NPP?
Mr. Chairman, I have said that for the purposes of today's discussion, today's vetting, and I use if it is the case that the person was just a bold investor without any authorization, decided to invade part of GIS's land, then I should not have linked MPP to it. But this is a matter that I will pursue to know the root cause of this particular boldness, because I know capital moves in directions where its peace and security will be assured. So I'll be very surprised that an investor would do such a thing, but it's possible. So why not? Let's go by the scenario that you have set. If that is what it was, then I should not have linked MPP to it.
You would agree with me that at the time you put out the post, you did not verify the source of the person's claim. You would agree with me?
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minority Leader is in opposition, and even when you are in government, it's very difficult to verify. Even when your party is in government, it's very difficult to verify some of these things. So it's a good position that you are taking. However, considering the circumstances at the time, where was I supposed to call the Honorable Lands Minister then, or the Executive Secretary of the Lands Commission, or the Land Title Registry? Who was I to call to have a fair response? That's why I'm saying, considering the scenario that you have set, perfect. If that is it, then I shouldn't have linked MPP to it. But trust me, and you know me, when I say I'll pursue something, I will pursue it.
Doc, simple. At the time you put out your post, you did not have evidence at your hand that it was an MPP generated action and same amounted to looting at the time you put out your posts.
The circumstantial evidence was strong. However, if you want hard evidence, no.
Chairman, Honorable nominee says that to verify is normally difficult. May I know from you whether you are aware of the law we passed, the RTI law? You are aware? The right to information law that we passed as a public officer?
I'm aware.
Now, did you explore relying on your rights under RTI to pursue this matter prior to putting out that post at the time?
Honorable Leader, the nominee is not a lawyer, so you should find out from the nominee whether, having realized that law, he knows any right available for him under the law first. Then you can proceed to ask whether he has explored that right.
Learned Senior, I take a cue from you. We are all learning here. That's fair enough. Okay, so back to your question so that we can make progress. You are aware of the existence of the Right to Information Act?
I'm aware.
You are also aware that under the law, you as an ordinary citizen can invoke your right to request for any information from any public institution. You are aware?
Mr. Chair, I have not read the law, but it's an information that has come to my attention. However, just as the information that came to my attention through mass media is being contested today, I'm in a dilemma whether to push my understanding that that is the case that I can apply or I cannot. But I strongly believe it's something that I can apply. But it is not that I have read the law, it is that it is understanding of the law that I have gleaned from discussions on the law. But the right to information has had its own issues. If you talk to anti-corruption activists,
Honorable Nominee, Chairman gave you a cue. Chairman gave you a cue. Specifics. Please, help matters. Your guests are becoming impatient with me, but you are the cause. Now, I'm not. This 2 a.m. intruder, whose action has resulted in this huge post. Did you, the 2 a.m., the claimant today, the one who sent a tipper truck to the GIS land, that's the reference point. I'm coming back to a question there. You did a post based on an individual sending a tipper truck with gravels to be poured on GIS, a portion of GIS land, which through the vigilance of the security, the person was not successful. Question: this very person, did you get to know his name prior to the posting?
Mr. Chair, no. However, remember that I have said looting of state lands is not just the responsibility of the beneficiaries. It's a process. And so we need to conceptualize looting of state lands within this framework. Otherwise, we will only go after those who loot the lands and leave those who facilitate the looting.
So let's deal with the looting. When you say looting and those who facilitate, what do you mean by looting? When you use that word looting, what exactly do you mean? Let's understand it in its ordinary context. What do you mean by looting?
What I mean by looting of state lands is several. One, that practice, which today has left many civil servants trekking longer distances to ministries to work because politicians, under the guise of all kinds of policies, in failing, this, that, sell state lands to individuals, some in public office, some retired, some business people, and sometimes even at very ridiculously low amounts. It is one of the variants.
So, fortunately, you are going into the Ministry of Defense. Now, let's go to chain homes. Chain homes.
What is chain homes?
No, I'll explain. Don't worry. Just take it easy. Doc, I'll get there. Chain homes, that estate at Chado, which land was originally owned by the military. That land, that whole area. I'm giving you a background. You said you didn't know. I'm giving you a background.
I want to ask a question.
No, you can't ask. I'm laying a foundation. I said something and you wanted clarity. So let me help. I'm saying that Chado area where chain homes, that estate is currently situated. Just by it, you see the military cemetery. I'm saying that whole enclave belonged to the military high command of this country. I'm laying a foundation. And as a result, of this loot you are referring to, a private citizen with a registered entity acquired it from the state. At the time they were getting on the land, the military stopped them several times. Severally, they were stopped. Then eventually, they had access to the land and they built that estate. Would you, as Minister of Defense, be interested in how this land was acquired from the military? Because the whole enclave was estate land. Would you be interested in finding out how the land was acquired by this entity to develop it into this first-class estate facility?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be interested in knowing every military land that has gotten into private hands. But what I want to know is it the case that that Chain Homes enclave was owned by the military? I believe with your blessing, when I get there, I will be able to know whether it was owned or if a leader can also assist subsequently with what the components of the ownership is. That will be great.
Thank you very much for your answer, Leader. Chairman. Let's proceed.
Chairman, I would want to go to number 5.
Chairman, let me seek your guide in this matter. Chairman, with all due respect, leader may have an unlimited opportunity to ask questions. But I'm so concerned as the majority chief whip, who is the vanguard of government business. The ranking member cannot take 3 hours to ask his questions. So if he says that he will continue tomorrow, we have to go back and come back tomorrow, there must be a limit to what he's doing. In any case, we have 4 other nominees who are waiting. So as the government chief whip, I am so concerned about the procedure he's adopting. And the government business is affected. You are supposed to lay a report. Because of this, you are unable to move. And the 7th report is in abeyance. And we are allowing the ranking member to go on and on, the people's address and all that. So Chairman, can we have a guide that when the ranking member has the opportunity to ask his questions, can he have 30 minutes? Can he have 1 hour? Can he have 2 hours? So that when that duration is exhausted, we can make progress. Because while I am sitting, the calls I'm getting from my government and the party I'm under pressure. I'm under pressure. Yes, government business must make progress. If the ranking member, who is the opposition leader, says, I will vet for 3 days. No.
Honorable members, with all due respect, I belong to a school of thought that believes in the fact that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, you follow that procedure in exercising the right. By practice, convention, and agreement at this committee's meeting, it was resolved that a ranking member of the committee would have unlimited number of questions to ask. I do not believe that any member of the committee available at which that decision was taken should come to the floor and take a decision contrary to what we have agreed upon, contrary to the practice and conventions. So please, let us not create the impression that this is the first time that a ranking member and a minority leader will be having unlimited number of questions to ask. So please, the public is of the view that I have the power to stop ranking member when he's asking a question. I do not want that view to be fortified
by any member of the committee. We've all agreed that we are going by the old convention and practice that ranking member of the committee would have unlimited number of questions to ask. So we are leaving it to the discretion of the ranking member, whether he will be reasonable about asking the question or he wants to ask the question till tomorrow. That is the instruction that we have agreed upon, and that is what exactly I am doing. So public, general public, please take note.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable nominee, may I inform you that you can take a break to use the washroom, take water, get a snack, and would accommodate you. It's your right. We, Honorable Ken Oforiatta, had 2 days of vetting. And in between, he was allowed coffee break. He was able to take some break and came back and all that. So that was it.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the honorable ranking.
You don't have the floor.
Chairman, you see, this is a house of records. Mr. Chairman, this is a house of records.
Honorable ranking member, don't have the floor. You are not a member of this committee, so you don't have the floor.
The fact, as a former member of this committee,
Honorable
there was a reason why.
I will not agree on this disorderly behavior. I don't want to invoke the necessary orders.
Honorable nominee, please kindly have a look at number 5. Number 5, please. Kindly read aloud number 5, what you posted there.
MPP government, you cannot give Ghana's lithium away for peanuts and turn around to tax electricity.
Doc, please, are you aware that at the time that you made this post, the lithium agreement was before Parliament for scrutiny?
It's possible. It's possible. I won't contest it.
And I am, at the risk of being immodest, suggesting to you that, in all fairness to the government, this was most inappropriate. To say that the lithium, Ghana's lithium, was being given away for a peanut.
Can I respond?
Yes, I've asked the question.
We differ in opinion. For instance, if I'm to go into what we can use lithium for, okay, what we can use lithium for, we will not treat lithium like other minerals, even if this is a bit enhanced. So you may have to understand where some of these thoughts are coming from. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but also agree with my position and respect it, because I'm looking at the alternate use of lithium.
Thank you very much. Can we make progress?
Honorable nominee, greatest respect to you. At the time you made this post, had you seen the draft lithium agreement? Had you seen it?
Honorable, such questions, with the greatest of respect, are unfair to citizens. it takes away the role of the fourth estate of the realm. Unless we are to say that citizens should not take anything.
Honorable, I only ask you whether, respectfully.
I have not seen it.
No, sure.
And even to date, I have not seen it.
Yes, right. It's okay. I don't want, I would. So you confirm that at the time you made this post, that government was selling lithium at a peanut. You had not seen the agreement. You confirm?
I had not seen the agreement, but I had seen reports coming from reputable media houses.
No. I'm talking about the agreement. You had not seen the agreement.
I've answered that, and I've also suggested that I have read reports coming from reputable media houses.
Which media houses did you read their reports? Which media houses?
It includes the multimedia group.
The multimedia. Did you read it on their website?
Mr. Chair, I'm unable to recall exactly what happened like 2 years ago. This was...
Thank you very much.
Or like about a year ago, exactly where I read.
Thank you very much. You've answered the question. Please, let's make progress. This is another document.
Yes, the one that you didn't have there. Correct, so I thought it, so you should read it.
Have you done this before? To come and sit here and be as if you have to say,
but didn't they do what I'm doing now to me? You were sitting here when they were doing this.
Charlie, come on. Give it to you.
Honorable nominee, most respectfully, you have in your hand a document. First, identify the document. Is it a document that was authored by you? Please.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Leader is back to the GIS land.
Because at the time, Chairman, I took a cue from Chairman that because it was a media reportage, it would be fair for us to get a source document, which you yourself said it wasn't a source document. So there's a document in your hand. I just want to know from you, first of all, whether this was a document authored by you.
Honorable,
Yes.
You see, we need to distinguish between posts like this, which I can see my profile on and everything, you understand? As compared to something printed on this, you understand? And to expect me, after several months, to say that page 1, page 2, I should confirm it's a document.
That's okay.
It's very unfair.
Doc, that's okay. That's okay. Doc, please, the document in your hands.
Which one?
The one I just gave you.
Okay.
Doc, be patient with me, respectfully.
I'm very patient.
Yeah,
with
sure.
you.
So,
and I thought,
no, relax.
Mr. Chair, if you permit me, I thought we had settled on this matter. That if his view is that this was a very bold investor who had no approvals from government, just went in and decided to loot part of GIS's land, then, if we are to go by that, then I should not have linked MPP to it. But I said I don't believe that kind of situation is the case. And I promise here that I will investigate it as a citizen of Ghana to get to the bottom of it. So I felt we had settled this matter about GIS's land. His scenario, I conceded that if his scenario was the case, then I shouldn't have linked MPP to it.
Chairman, with that explanation and clarity, I would not pursue your post-verbatim. No, Doc. I am with you. I'm acting in fairness to you. because your earlier statement did not get to where you've just gotten to. That is why I brought back the exact post you made. If that is the position you've taken,
table office.
Chairman, if that is the position, then I will not pursue that document. And I'm being very fair with you.
Very well.
I'm just being very fair. If that's the concession you've made, then we don't need to pursue that. So let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's
exactly.
have some soft issues.
Let's move on.
Doc,
honorable nominee
politics with me. If you
honorable nominee,
politics with me, then don't.
When the question
be irritated when we start the politics. Huh? I am here.
Honorable nominee,
then you want to do partisan.
The question asks, you answered. That is for some time. It's not a direct post where you will be able to see the document and admit that this is my post. So therefore, you have a difficulty accepting whether this is your post or not. And the questioner is saying that if that is your answer, he wants to abandon any further question on that and proceed on another angle. So let's take it in good faith and allow him to proceed on another angle, but not what you are not able to identify whether it is your post or not your post.
And let me remind you on a lighter note that the fact that I'm grilling you does not mean that when you get there and you are supposed to give protocol allocation, you deny me. I'm telling you, you cannot, because yes, there is, and committee members benefited. Yes, there is something like that. When I was a defense committee member, your ranking, your members benefited. I am saying it on authority. They did. They even had more than with the MPP members. They did. I'm not. That's a fact. Kennedy Japan was the chair of the Defense and Interior Committee. They benefited. So I'm telling you that when you are giving, don't think that because I grilled you, you will not allocate.
Honorable ranking member.
I did.
Honorable ranking member, I have also been in this house for some time. I was a member of parliament and at a point became the ranking member for Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, a very important committee of parliament. But I know nothing called protocol. What really happened is that our constituents will come with the form. Then as a member of parliament, you have to be pleading with the sector ministers whether or not they can help. So that is what I know. But I have not seen a situation where they say that a member, you have this number of people, go to your constituency and bring them to come and join military. And I'll keep on making this particular point to the Ghanaians. So I beg, please, if some people were treated that way, then there is an element of discrimination. Because some of us didn't know what is even protocol. We go to beg. You plead like you are becoming a defense minister. It is time for recruitment into the military. You will see members of parliament coming to your office to come and plead and intervene on behalf of their constituents. But you won't tell them that, oh, I have 10 members, go and bring them automatically to come and join the military. That is not it. So let me use the opportunity to clear the doubts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Recruitments and enlistments will follow the rules of engagement strictly. You have my assurance.
Honorable nominee, what is your party's or your government defense policy? What is your government's defense policy?
To ensure a safe, peaceful, and prosperous nation that is respected among the Committee of Nations.
Do you have that enactment as contained in your manifesto with you, what you've just said?
You would have to put a lot together, because you should know that the manifesto one are promises. For government policy, okay, the party has transitioned into government. You are vetting the minister designate. You are vetting the minister. You are vetting the minister designate. And actually, the defense policy document is as old as 2012, thereabout. Mr. Chair.
Do you have a copy of your manifesto with you?
I do.
You have it in soft?
Yes, soft.
Please open the aspects that deals with the defense policy of your government. We need to have some exercise there. I have some questions for you on your defense policy as a government. You made a lot of promises. Let's deal with some questions on your defense policy.
Public safety, 148. Yes. Mr. Chair, I'm there.
Proceed to read it aloud and in extenso.
Mr. Chairman, it's quite lengthy. So if you are to...
You have a preamble to read?
Public safety and security. Public safety and security have declined significantly since...
No. Is that your defense policy?
You will... They go... You see, you need to take it. Honorable, you need to
preamble to your defense policy.
So you want the Ghana Armed Forces?
Page what? I have your defense. Wait. I have it here with me. Wait.
Exactly. So that's why I took it from 6.4. If you want Ghana Armed Forces, it's 6.4.7.
Momento. Yes, that's your 6.4. What paragraph are you referring to?
Exactly. So that's why I'm trying to...
Paragraph, Honorable.
Honorable, I'm trying to guide that if you want Ghana Armed Forces, go to 6.4.7.
Wait.
If you want public safety...
No, but public safety has nothing to do
6.4.
with your defense policy.
Oh,
my respected colleague, Honorable Boamah, would want to...
Honorable, they are linked.
Provide a guide.
That is why the defense strategy...
Chairman, I'm sorry. Chairman, I'm sorry.
They are linked.
Chairman.
Is it the abridged version or the full version? This is the full version.
I have the full version, Chairman. But sorry.
Let me hear Honorable Boamah.
I think leader wants to end, but wants you to look at the preamble to the entire security architecture. That is 6.4. where it talks about the retooling, professionalism, that short paragraph. I'm sure from there you go to the police, fire service, armed forces. We've read your manifesto, we understand it.
Yes, so that is why...
We know the paragraphs. That's why we directed you to 6.4. So that's all.
Thank you.
That's
thank
all
you.
he wants to know.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Nominee, you are accordingly guided. You now know what you should read.
Yes, so 6.4, public safety and security. Public safety and security declined significantly since 2017. We have seen an explosion of violent crime, partisan political capture of security services, and falling professional standards. The next NDC government will critically review the national security architecture and comprehensively implement reforms to ensure professionalism. The reforms will primarily focus on equipping all security agencies to effectively execute their mandate towards ensuring the well-being, personal safety, and security in Ghana. The following policies will be implemented. Then it goes...
Hold on a second. Let's stop there. Now, would you be surprised from what you've just said? And I will quote: public safety and security have declined significantly since 2017. We have seen an explosion of violent crime, partisan political capture of security services, and falling professional standards. I'll pick it one after the other. One, would you be surprised with statistics from the Ghana Police Service to the effect that public safety and security have rather improved? Would you be surprised to receive statistics, data from the Ghana Police Service that since 2017 up until now, we have seen an improved public safety and security? Would you be surprised to see that data and statistics? You'll be surprised.
Yes.
Very well. Next. Would you again be surprised to receive data and statistics from the police that we have seen a reduction in violent crime since 2017? Would you be surprised?
Yes.
All right. Now, Doc, I suggest to you that what you just read has nothing to do with the defense policy of your government. I want to suggest that to you.
Honorable, you see, this is why you should have listened to me. Because to have a defense policy, it has to be a progeny of the national security architecture. And that was even what was lacking in the 2012 or so defense policy. At the time that there was no national security strategy. So that is why I was asking, should I go and read Ghana Armed Forces? Is that what you are asking for? Or you want the entirety? Honorable, please, I need your attention. Yes.
Have our attention.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. So I'm saying that I was trying to make that point, that defense policy emanates from a bigger national security strategy, architecture. So you cannot just zoom into the Ghana Armed Forces. That is why I took it from there. And then when we said no, I then went down to the Ghana Armed Forces. Then I was asking you, should I read Ghana Armed Forces? The Honorable Boamah said, no, I should go back to the public safety and security. So, if you guide me appropriately and provide exactly what you want, I have the document here. I brought it because of questions such as this, so that we can refer. I will gladly read them, whichever one that you want.
Honorable Nominee, you stated in your CV that you were a Catholic, correct? A practicing one, for that matter.
Yes, correct.
To what extent would you a Roman Catholic? Which parish, please?
Christ the King. Christ the King.
Very well. To what extent has the Catholic Church prepared you in moral values to the extent that you are able to embrace diversity, especially as you assume this office as Defense Minister of your country?
Thank you very much. I owe my ability to even be in national politics partly to what I went through in the Catholic Church. We spoke about the Cadet Commandery 403 in Koforidua, which I was president of. You come across several people, both are privileged and underprivileged youth. You deal with all of them coming from different backgrounds. As a former mass servant, you come across many people. Again, we've interacted with several priests, both foreign and Ghanaian priests, who really exposed us to the real world and answered our questions, some of them which bordered on even the Trinity and all. So in terms of diversity, the Catholic Church is a very diverse church, people from all walks of life, several backgrounds, and I have interacted with them, and I still continue to interact with them.
So how does this background prepare you to embrace the diversity you are going to face at the Defense Ministry?
I go there not just as somebody that the Catholic Church has prepared. I go there as someone who has been baked in many ways through different experiences. My work with the military, medical practice, other political engagements, and everything. So it is holistic. The values that we've been taught, the Christian value of tolerance, is also something that leads me, and I believe that even people who deliberately would decide to take me on the rough road, they believe that he's very forgiving. So he's likely to forgive them. That is why they continue to do it. So I'm going to the ministry as a very tolerant person, somebody who believes in the doctrine of love your neighbor as yourself.
Of course, your faith is well-founded.
Extremely.
Let me conclude by saying that this morning there was a little issue about your appearance. We had received some information to the effect that you were to be here at 9. Apparently, the letter to you stated 11. And I think my respected colleague at the bar, Madam Joyce Bawa-Mutari, was quick to alert us. But this was after I had passed some comment. Let me unreservedly say sorry to you to the extent that some listeners and viewers had construed that to mean that you were late in coming to us. I mean, I think it is only fair that I, in your presence, reiterate that point. So it was no fault of yours. That said, I have nothing useful to add to all the questions I've asked you. I wish you well. You would hear from us as a committee. Thank you very much, sir.
Honourable members, thank you very much. Let me also add that apology for any comment coming from any member of the committee regarding you coming before us late. In the morning, I stated clearly to all the members of the committee that in life, patience is the key. So sometimes we need to be patient. There is an adage in my language that it is out of patience that you'll be able to operate an ant so as to be able to see the intestine. So patience is a cardinal point in life, so that we hasten slowly. Honourable members, at long last, we've come to the end of the vetting of the minister designate for defense. Honourable members, permit me to proceed to recognize his guests. We have in our midst Lieutenant General Bismarck Onwuna, Chief of the Army. We have Vice Admiral Issa Yakubu, Chief of the Naval Staff. We have Air Commodore Eric Ajafrimpong, Acting Chief of the Air Staff. We have Honorable Joyce Bawa Muntari, Senior Presidential Advisor and Special Aide. We have Honorable Marietta Brew Opon, or Apia Opon, former Attorney General and Minister responsible for justice, now legal advisor to the President. We have Honorable Faustina Nelson, Senior Comrade. We have Obobia Dako Opoku, Deputy Communication Director, NDC. We have Mahdi Jibril, Deputy Election Director, NDC. And we have Tanko Rashid, Deputy Election Director, NDC. We have Regional Chairman, Ashanti, Upper West, Western North, and Eastern Region. And we also have Honorable Dr. Kobna Dufo, former Minister responsible for Finance. You are all welcome. If I've not been able to mention your name, you are also welcome. Honorable nominee, you will surely hear from the committee and you are hereby discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
The next nominee should take his seat.
Yes, no language.
Honorable Agyekum, please take your seat.
Wow, what a session it has been. Gets intense at a point and then SMS down at another point. One point we're going deep into defense matters. Other points we're looking at political issues. But all in all, a fantastic